Order, please. We will now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic on behalf of the Honourable Member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for reminding me. I have a petition here. We, the undersigned, are asking that the Government of Nova Scotia replace the existing single-lane steel bridge known as Canterbury Bridge, located on Bellefontaine Road, Middle Porters Lake, with steel bridge with 2 lanes, which would address safety concerns and allow for better flow of motorized vehicles and boat traffic crossing Porter Lake. There's 373 names on it, and the honourable member from Eastern Shore has affixed his signature to it, Mr. Speaker.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees, the Honourable Vice Chair of the Law Amendments Committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Vice Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 220, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code respecting leave. Bill number 221, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Labour Standards Code. Bill number 223, an act to amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1991, the University Foundations Act. Bill number 225, an act to amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2011, the Elections Act. Bill number 226, an act to amend Chapter 81 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Companies Act. Bill number 227, an act to amend Chapter 252 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Legal Aid Act. Bill number 228, an act to amend Chapter 213 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Housing Nova Scotia Act. Bill number 230, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, respecting ministerial approvals. And finally, Bill number 232, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act. The committee recommends these bills to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments.
Ordered that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. We'll now move on to tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Compass Distilleries of Halifax, Nova Scotia, currently has 37 awards in their name in just 3 years of operation, recently adding the biggest win to date. Whereas Compass Distilleries has added awards in the best contemporary gin in Canada, the best classic gin in Canada, the best Genever in Canada using primary local ingredients. Whereas winning these 3 awards is unprecedented for a Canadian distillery, showcasing that Compass can compete with the rest of the world. Therefore be resolved, members of this House recognize and congratulate Graham Collins, President, Jill Baez, Josh, Judith, and owners Rennie Perry, Sales and Marketing, and Alex Rathall for their contribution to the distilling industry of Nova Scotia and helping to grow Nova Scotia's economy. Mr. Speaker, I would ask waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Queens, Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 66 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Change of Name Act, respecting the protection of communities.
The Honourable Member for Queens, Shelburne, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 66 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Change of Name Act, respecting the protection of communities.
Bill number 241, an act to amend Chapter 66 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Change of Name Act respecting the protection of communities.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Protect Access to Reproductive Health Care.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Access to Reproductive Health Care.
Bill number 242, an act to protect access to reproductive health care.
Ordered that this bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Patricia Rodenheiser, a Dartmouth East volunteer. For 20 years, Patricia has been running the Dartmouth East Food Bank, providing food items for those in need. In December of 2019, Patricia decided to retire from her volunteer role. Mr. Speaker, the Dartmouth East Food Bank, based out of the Woodlawn United Church, opens on Thursday mornings. Families are able to attend weekly to get bakery and produce items and monthly non-perishable foods. Donations come from all over, including 5 local church sponsors. Running a food bank takes an unimaginable amount of organization and determination. I want to thank Patricia Rodenheiser for her community leadership and wish her well in this new chapter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, sir. In your gallery, Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure today to introduce to the members of the House Chief Sid Peters, who's here this afternoon to join us. On behalf of Taiwak, we just signed our first memorandum of understanding with Taiwak First Nation community to look after much-needed housing repair and renovation, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to working with them in the years ahead. And with Chief Sid is my Associate Deputy, Catherine Berliner, who is working very hard with our team as well to help put this all together. So I want to welcome them and ask all members of the House to offer them a warm welcome here this afternoon.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place to talk about home. And statistics being released earlier today show that for the first time in 20 years, CBRM has its population has begun to grow. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate in Cape Breton now is the lowest that it has been in over 12 years. Mr. Speaker, last year was the first time since 2008 that the number of jobs in workforce grew in the same year. Another very significant statistic was that permanent residents grew last year to 385, calling Cape Breton home. Mr. Speaker, there's an amazing story happening at home with all of the newcomers that are coming to study in our community and then eventually staying in the community. This has been a very significant move and positive step for the community, with many more to come. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the time that we construct the new community college in downtown Sydney, the 4 new hospitals in our community, the hospice, the Horizon, the new schools, and many of the other infrastructure projects that governments are partnering with the community to build. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place as a proud Cape Bretoner and somebody for the first time in 20 years can say we're growing.
Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Pat Cahoon on the opening of her new business, A Slice of Home Bakery and Cafe on Abercrombie Road, Pictou County. Pat has many years of experience in the food industry, working at a variety of businesses, and decided it was time to take a chance to fulfill her dream of running her own business. It is hard work that sees her in the kitchen at 1 a.m. to begin mixing a variety of homemade bread. Pat learned to bake alongside her mother and continues to use the same recipes. Breads, biscuits, pies, and soups can be found in the bright, cheerful bakery. Tea is served in colorful teapots and a variety of mugs to give the place the feeling of having tea with a friend. In keeping with the spirit of friendship, Pat has even delivered meals to customers who are not feeling well. Mr. Speaker, I wish Pat much success. Please join me in congratulating her on following her dream. name. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend the ASU women's volleyball final between Dalhousie and St. Mary's took place at Dalplex. The Dal Tigers won 25-17, 25-21, and 25-21 to claim their 8th straight AUS women's title. A well-deserved congratulations to Kristen Bartman, Kathleen Faugier, Victoria Hayworth, Victoria Torcott, who is a former Ilsley alumni, Vienna Harwood, Julia Moore, Hannah Aldcorn, Catherine Callaghan, Courtney Baker, Mielka Sabin, sorry if I'm not saying your names right, Myron Arsenault, Sophie King, Grace Callanan, Cassandra Bagnall, Annika Almer, Sarah Daw, and Charlotte Arsenal. Best of luck at the U Sports National Championship in Calgary. Go Tigers and go Judges alumni.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very honoured and proud to stand in my place today to recognize the heroic efforts of 2 members of the Bedeque Volunteer Fire Department. On February 17th, a Heritage Day hike around a scenic waterfall near Bedeque turned into a tale of survival and selfless heroism for a Whitney Pear family. The family had stopped near the falls when the ice below the daughter gave way, sending her falling about 7 feet down into the icy water below. The father tried to reach her, and he also fell into the pool. After being in the icy water for about 20 minutes, a couple walking with their dog put the dog's leash in the water for them to hold on to. Shortly after, firefighter Scott Buchanan arrived and without hesitation took off his firefighter's clothes and got into the water. Then fellow firefighter Eric Lawadis, who was also an RCMP officer, got into the water as well. Because of the heroic efforts of these 2 individuals, the people were rescued, transported to hospital, and treated. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in both recognizing and thanking firefighter Scott Buchanan and Eric Lawadis for their heroic efforts and for risking their own lives to save others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize a local fire station in Clayton Park West that is home to some of the most selfless individuals I have ever met. Station number 7 on Knightsbridge Drive is home to 4 different platoons, A, B, C, and D, and has 5 members per platoon, making a total of 20 firefighters. I had the pleasure of meeting them personally and getting a tour back in November 2019. I learned so much about the inner workings of the fire truck and the latest gadgets firefighters use when fighting a blaze. The most important takeaway is that the supportive resources have come a long way for first responders, as their job is extremely difficult emotionally and mentally. Mr. Speaker, I ask that this House of Assembly join me in thanking the selfless firefighters of Station Number 7. Thank you for keeping our community safe.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, on February 25th of this year, communities throughout Queens County were saddened by the loss of a man who touched the lives of many. John Byron Fancy was the organist in the Westfield United Baptist Church for 40 years, then played in 3 Valley churches for 10 years. He was a member of the North Queens Men's Choir and Quartet, was the in-house pianist at White Point, and played for many community events and celebrations. He was a member of BIANS, Order of Nova Scotia, and Order of Canada. To me, he was Mr. JB, my grade 7 homeroom teacher. I remember what an amazing educator he was, and I recall the tremendous impact that he had on the children that went through his classes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my condolences to Mr. JB's family and assure them that he touched the lives of many in a very positive way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Mr. Speaker, it's always inspiring to see how entrepreneurs in our province seek to innovate and expand Nova Scotia products, including the young entrepreneurs who develop their ideas through Junior Achievement. Junior Achievement inspires and prepares youth by developing their financial literacy, workplace readiness, and entrepreneurial skills. A Nova Scotia company from Horton High School in Greenwich recently won Junior Achievement's Most Innovative and Creative Idea Award for their product Notes to Nature, a gift tag with wildflower seeds embedded in the paper that can be planted after use. You not only give a gift to someone identified with this tag, but native Nova Scotia flowers will soon grow to remind them of you and your gift. I invite all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Company President Sophie Van Exel, Vice President Cedric Van Exel, and VP Marketing Quinn Kinsman, along with their 13 colleagues, for their award-winning product idea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate and wish Mick McBurney on a happy birthday on his 70th birthday. Mr. Speaker, I don't normally stand here and bring birthday wishes to this floor, but 4 years ago, Mick was given a cancer diagnosis which did not look very well. 4 years later, this past January, his friends and family gathered for a huge party to celebrate his 70th birthday. And this past February, he and his wife, with another party, celebrated their 50th anniversary with his beautiful wife, Ray. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating Mick McBurney on his 70th birthday and he and his wife a happy 50th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester North on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we have Barry Cox is joining us here this afternoon. Barry has a keen interest in politics. He keeps in touch with me as an MLA, and I would like to welcome Barry. I would like to introduce him as a former student, I guess in our better days, Barry, but anyway, it was great to have Barry as a student and to watch him grow. He now tells me he has 3 teenage daughters, so I told him he has an interesting life ahead of him. So thanks, and Barry, welcome.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share some news about a new wellness market and wellness centre that opened in November. Luminate's philosophy can be summed up in 4 words: natural, organic, sustainable, and holistic. There are 2 sections to this new facility, the market and the wellness center. The wellness clinic offers nutrition consulting, massage therapy, naturopathic medicine, and other treatments. The market features organic produce and free-range meats. There's an aisle of natural and organic grocery items that allergy sufferers will appreciate, and many of the items are from local and Canadian suppliers. They carry organic bulk products, and customers are encouraged to bring their own containers. The store also features natural beauty products and health supplements. Co-owner Sarah Goss says she chose West Bedford because it's a growing area full of forward-thinking people. I'd like to congratulate her and the team at Luminate for their lovely, thoughtful facility, and I look forward to watching their centre flourish and grow.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Adam Young from Gabroos on his most recent opportunity to tour with one of the Celtic world's most celebrated bands, Coig. Adam spent his 40th birthday, which fell on February 29th, in the United Kingdom. Adam was asked to tour with the band for the months of February and March throughout the United Kingdom and Australia, temporarily replacing the previous keyboardist. He'll be taking a leave from his full-time position as an Internet Content and New Media Officer for Parks Canada to participate in this amazing opportunity. It's a pleasure to stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to once again congratulate Mr. Young on this challenge and wish him all the best with this experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Trevor Silver of North Preston, a third-year management student at Dalhousie University, who was awarded the Best Fashion Designer by the Coast Halifax. The name of his business, Rev, stands for Trust, Respect, Education, and Value, has become a well-known brand in Halifax fashion industry. He was inspired by his mother to pursue fashion, and his grandfather instilled values of hard work and the importance of providing for your family. I recognize and congratulate Trevor Silver on his success and for his contribution to the economy of Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and thank Sylvain and Cheryl Lachance of Lower Sackville. Sylvain and Cheryl host an annual Valentine's Day dance to raise funds for the Claude Lachance Arts Scholarship Fund in memory of Sylvain's dad. The scholarship is given to a student who is interested in pursuing an arts degree in music, theatre, film, TV production, and photography. Sylvain, along with the other very talented members of his band Chambermaid, provide the live music entertainment for the evening. Sylvain and Cheryl also own and operate LaChance Signs. They started LaChance Signs in May of 1993, and this year will celebrate their 27th year as the business owners and operators. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking Sylvain and Cheryl LaChance for their contributions to the community of Lower Sackville and congratulate them as they celebrate their 27th anniversary of LaChance Signs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this historic legislature to express my pleasure at my appointment as Chargé de Mission pour l'Amérique, mission leader for the Francophone Parliamentary of the Americas of the Assemblée Parlementaire de la Francophonie, and to have participated at the Bureau's conference in Dakar, Senegal in January. This provided the opportunity to connect with the 3 mission leaders for the other regions, Asia, Africa, and Europe, and to present the work and priorities of our section in valuing and promoting the French language. I also had the opportunity to visit La Maison des Esclaves, the House of Slaves, and its door of no return, and to reflect upon the toll of the Atlantic slave trade. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to this July, where we are hosting the Francophone parliamentary delegates of America to our province, and particularly as 2020 marks 50 years of the International Organization of the Francophonie. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Dartmouth Whalers Pee Wee AA hockey team. Recently, the team had a chance to cross the border and play in a tournament held in New Hampshire, United States. In between their scheduled games, the team was able to venture into Boston for a couple of visits. They were able to visit museums as well as catch a college hockey game and get a picture with the team. During the tournament, the team played their hearts out and won a few games, but lost some too. The recent trip brought the team and their families closer together and made memories that will last a lifetime. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing the Dartmouth Whalers Pee Wee AA hockey team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Hubli resident Marina Atwell. Marina and her husband have been hosting house concerts to showcase touring musicians to help build their careers and grow their fan base. This past Christmas, Marina and her husband decked out their home in a Whoville Christmas theme and invited 75 neighbours to join them for an incredible night of music with an Australian guitarist. The Hubli House concert was a great success, and all the proceeds from the evening are passed on directly to the artist. House concerts offer a unique experience for musicians and their audience. The comfortable atmosphere allows the performer and the audience a special sense of intimacy and connection while bringing the community together on another level. A professional in the hospitality business, Marina is a master at hosting memorable events, something she has done for 17 years through her conference planning and event business, Velocity Event Management. She recently had the honor of planning and assembling the decor for the Obama VIP reception held in Halifax. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Marina on her successful business and for her generous spirit to find unique ways to bring her community together while at the same time supporting the arts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the 100th anniversary of the Royal Northwest Mounted Police and the Dominion Police that will be celebrated this month. However, according to Colchester District RCMP Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, their real celebration will be in 2023, the 150th anniversary of the formation of the Northwest Mounted Police. Mr. Speaker, both milestones deserve celebration, and I'm sure that, like me, members across the province are grateful for the support received from their RCMP detachments. In Colchester County alone, in an area extending from Tatamagouche to Stewiacke, 35 officers are required to deal with an average of 130 cases weekly. And I, for one, am appreciative of the services that these officers provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like in most provinces and most workplaces, a gentle rivalry between universities can happen amongst the best of us. One on this side of the House that is debated frequently is that between Dalhousie and St. FX. That rivalry actually took place on a different forum this past weekend at the AUS Men's Basketball Finals. Two teams playing fantastic basketball, legendary coaches teaching at both helms, or coaching at both helms. But at the end of the day, only one could be victorious. And I'd like to tell the members of the House that this year, going to the Nationals will be Dalhousie University men's basketball team. But as much as we're excited about that on this side of the province, we know that the member from Antigonish can give the other players solace that at least they'll have their X rings. Thank you.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to proudly recognize Wedgeport Boats on being one of the 3 finalists in the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency's Hull Design Efficiency Challenge. ACOA has been working with Impact Canada to create and deliver the Hull Design Efficiency Challenge, which called for Atlantic region boat builders and designers to develop fuel-efficient boat hull designs that will lower greenhouse gas emissions and reduce operating costs for fishing boat owners. The winner, who will be announced on July 31st, will receive a $500,000 prize from ACOA, with the expectation that they will continue basic research and development to move their design towards pilot and pre-commercialization phases. I ask that all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Wedgeport Boats on this accomplishment and wish them continued success as they advance in the challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate East Hanson Area Community Rider on their expansion into the Fall River Waverley area. The goal of the Community Rider program is to meet the rural transportation needs of residents in these communities. The expansion launched included a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the newest van acquisition. Clients can attend medical appointments, job interviews, classes, shopping, errands, social events, sporting, and after-school activities. Transportation to services and social activities help people remain engaged in their community. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the House to congratulate East Hants and Area Community Rider on their expansion to Fall River areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Thomas Shamoon, the owner of a Dartmouth East institution, Leo's Pizza. Thomas opened Leo's Pizza in 2004 and has been treating our taste buds ever since. More than that, Leo's Pizza gives back to the community. Thomas is a proud supporter of many local initiatives, including the Canadian Fallen Firefighters Foundation and the Dartmouth Whalers hockey teams. In 2019, Leo's Pizza passed the 15-year mark and renovated their space to optimize their business. I want to congratulate Thomas and the staff on 15 phenomenal years and wish them many more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, better late than never. I'd like to congratulate my good friends Sean McNamara and Stephanie Higgins on the birth of their beautiful baby girl, Molly Jane McNamara, born November 1st at 2:33 a.m. Mr. Speaker, Sean and Stephanie have become incredibly great and natural parents. They are great at what they do, and now Sean and Stephanie are moving and getting married this summer. So to Sean and Stephanie, congratulations, and Sean can no longer make fun of me for going to bed at 9 p.m. Congratulations, Sean and Steph, and welcome to the world, baby Molly.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, March 8th is International Women's Day. Originating in 1911, it is now a global event, officially recognized by the United Nations in 1975. This year's theme is Each for Equal and looks at gender equality as a business issue, not solely as a women's issue. It is proven that communities and economies thrive when there is no gender disparity. We all have a part to play, a responsibility to lift women up, to accelerate gender parity. Women everywhere deserve to be unapologetically ambitious and successful, no matter what they choose to do in life. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating International Women's Day and to use March 8th to not just reflect on gender equality, to not just provide lip service about gender equality, but to use their voices and actions to accelerate the progression of gender equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Olivia Alspak of Mineville, who is a member of the U12 Eastern Shore Gold Diggers girls softball team. She and her fellow teammates, after Hurricane Juan had destroyed the home dugout at the Lawrencetown Community Centre, spent the next 10 days completing all necessary repairs. This unselfish work of this group of fine young ladies ensured that the Metro Minor Girls Softball Association playoffs were the first-class event demonstrating the determination and community spirit of this group of very fine young ladies. I recognize and congratulate Olivia Aspect and the entire U12 Eastern Shore Gold Diggers girls softball team on their positive contribution to the community.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Queens County's Jamie Brown, one of the brave Nova Scotian firefighters who left for Australia on February the 5th to assist in the fight against the most destructive fire in that country's history. Part of the 64-member Canadian team, Jamie is one of the 5 firefighters from this province and works out of the Lands and Forest Office in Milton. A testament to his skills and bravery, he is no stranger to out-of-province deployment, this being his 9th tour. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members join me in thanking Jamie and all members of the Canadian team for their service and dedication to not only their communities at home, but to our global community as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the Royal Canadian Legions holding their annual installation of officers in which their 2019 Legionnaire of the Year awards were presented. Mr. Speaker, receiving the award for Branch 150 was Joan Clennon, a very active leader in the community who has extensive list of contributions to Isle Madame. Serving as Secretary-Treasurer, Joan serves on the Poppy Trust Fund Committee, the Veterans Comfort Fund Committee, Chair of the Entertainment Committee, coordinates the Branch 150 weekly bingos, and works at the monthly Legion meals, the fish fry, and the community breakfast. Mr. Speaker, Joan is also an active member of the Isle Madame Historical Society and Development Isle Madame Association, both groups highly committed to maintaining and sharing the area's rich history and culture. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank Joan for her continuing service to her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, as the city's population booms and we continue to welcome more diverse newcomers into our communities, Halifax's culinary scene is also changing. Last month, I was pleased to stop by Core BQ, authentic Korean all-you-can-eat grill, to meet the owners and celebrate their grand opening. Mahitab Hamad and Saleh El Sayed are the hard-working culinary innovators behind this new restaurant. The duo immigrated to Canada from Egypt a decade ago and made their first mark on Halifax's culinary scene as the owners of Sushi Nami on the Bedford Highway. With Core BQ, they bring a truly unique and innovative dining experience to Halifax. The restaurant offers a wide variety of delicious dishes, and the table setup allows guests the option of creating and cooking their own meals tableside, adding a novel dash of fun and customization to the experience. I want to congratulate Mahitab and Saleh on their new restaurant and wish them the best as they prepare to welcome their 3rd child to the family. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Becky Hanna of Howie Centre for being named Academic All-Canadian. To be honoured as an Academic All-Canadian, the student must be a full-time student enrolled at Cape Breton University. The student-athlete must have an 80% average or better, must have been a member of a Cape Breton University's youth sports varsity team and have used a year of eligibility for that sport. Becky has a passion for sports and is currently the defender for CBU's women's soccer team. In the past, she's competed with Team Atlantic at the U15 National All-Stars. And Becky is also enrolled in the BBA program and maintaining an above 80 average. It's a pleasure to stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to once again extend congratulations to Becky on her success and wish her all the best in her future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate all the Beavers, Cubs, and Scouts who attended and participated in the Cub Car Rally 2020 that was held Saturday, February 22nd in Spring Hill. Scouting groups from Spring Hill, Parisboro, Fenwick, and Amherst raced their buggies, cars, and trucks against one another to compete for trophies. I attended the rally this year as the MC and had a wonderful time. Also had the opportunity to race my own Cub car that was built in my younger days. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to join me in wishing all Scouts all over this country a great year, and I hope to see them again next year at the rally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Jackie Lou Tormes on the official opening of Jackie's Asian store on September 16, 2019 in Port Hawkesbury. The specialty store offers food from the Philippines, Japan, and Thailand, as well as clothes, accessories, and care products. Jackie also plans to offer cooking classes and host tasting events. Mr. Speaker, Jackie moved to the area in 2015. She discovered the need for such a market was in high demand since most of the products were not available outside of Halifax. Mr. Speaker, approximately 250 families from the Philippines live in and around the Strait area. New businesses such as Jackie's help attract more newcomers to the area, increase employment and attract investment, as well as contribute to the culture and social fabric to the area. Mr. Speaker, I call upon the members of this House to congratulate Jackie Tormes on her grand opening. May she have many years of bountiful success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Guy Surette, the owner of Tuscad Ultramar, who, after 45 years in business and with mixed emotions, has decided to retire. Guy started his business in 1974 with 1 employee and grew to 20 employees, including generations of high school and university students, and to many in the community. Guy remembers when he started that gas was 64 cents a gallon and speedometers were in miles per hour. At that time, the business was a Texaco station, becoming an Ultramar in 1994. No matter the weather, the business remained open every day. Guy is currently a municipal councillor, Argyle's deputy warden, and serves on many committees, including the local parish council. I would ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking Guy for the positive impact that he continues to make in the community, and wish him all the best in this new chapter of his life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the parent-teacher organization, PTO, for Ocean View Elementary School for their exceptional dedication to the students in our community. Recently, the PTO became recipients of a Southeastern Community Health Board Wellness Grant. With these funds, the PTO plan on expanding the games and fun activities for their students. Their hope is to have a box in each classroom filled with educational games for students to use during inclement weather, to fix up the painted hopscotch games, and to add new painted games on the schoolyard. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating all of those involved with the parent-teacher organization of Ocean View Elementary School in Eastern Passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I wish to acknowledge the hard work and effort that 4 Annapolis Valley musicians put into their community fundraising. David and Lorenda Arnberg, Basil Davison, and Albert Barkhouse help organize and provide music for many community fundraisers each year. Individuals who have an unexpected financial burdens due to house fires or health issues receive the support of their communities at events organized primarily by David and Lorenda. I wish to express my gratitude and that of the Valley community for all the efforts each member of the group puts into making these events a success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In the absence of no more member statements, we'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Here we are, Mr. Speaker, with another provincial budget tabled with estimates for us to examine, study, and provide feedback to the governing party. First, I would like to thank all the people that worked tirelessly to prepare this budget. Our province is built on the people that work day in and day out, behind the scenes. And on that note, I'd like to also thank the staff that work in our PC caucus office. We are blessed to have so many great people. People like Lisa Maniger, who worked tirelessly to prepare us for the important work of the legislature. Now it's time for us in opposition to provide feedback, to ask questions on behalf of our constituents. In opposition, it's our goal to help the governing party to put forth the best budget, the best business plan to build a healthier, better, more prosperous Nova Scotia. My role is to work with my team in the PC caucus to provide constructive feedback and, most importantly, to speak for the people that elected me, the people of Cumberland North. My mission as MLA is to serve the people of Cumberland North, to influence public policy for the greater good, to promote the people of Cumberland North and the area, to grow our economy and our GDP, to improve population health, and to work towards us having a world-class healthcare system. My vision for Cumberland North includes empowering and building up families and individuals, businesses and communities, physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, socially, holistically. As a provincial government, we have a responsibility to work with a non-partisan spirit with other levels of government, both municipal and federal, to create the ideal base foundation for individuals, families, businesses, and communities to thrive and prosper. When one looks at Cumberland North on a map, you will see an area on the east side of Cumberland County, which is the most northern county in the province of Nova Scotia. You will see, Mr. Speaker, that we are the centre of the Maritimes. Cumberland North has an approximate population of 18,000 people and about 14,450 electors. Those are the people that I serve here in this House of Assembly. There's two main centres. The largest is Amherst, a town of nearly 10,000 people, and the village of Pugwash with a population of about 750. We have many strong communities with a rich heritage and culture. Tidnish, Lorneville, Northport, Amherst Head, Trumanville, Shinnemacass, Linden, Port Howe, River Phillip, Malagash, Pugwash, Gulf Shore, Wallace, Conns Mills, and Wentworth, to name a few. Amherst boasts a strong manufacturing industrial park with IMP, Emerson Packaging, Maritime Pride Eggs, Gordon's Food Services, Seavision, and Western Bakery, to name a few. Many of these industries were brought to our community by former MLA Ernest Fage and former Mayor of Amherst, Jerry Halley. Amherst is a retail and service sector that has seen growth of specialty and unique services and shops, but a loss of generic franchises due to the slowing in our economy. Our primary industries have taken a beating. There used to be a large number of dairy, sheep, pork, and beef farms that are now diminished. Blueberry farmers have seen depressed prices 4 years now in a row. And now our woodlots have taken a 30 to 50% drop in asset valuation, and our harvesters are facing a future that may include bankruptcy, selling their equipment for a loss, or leaving Cumberland North and taking their equipment and their families with them to a province that still has a viable forestry sector. We have the Northumberland Strait and beaches along our entire northeastern boundary. We have seen some tourism strength and a growth of cottagers and businesses along our coast, like the Fox Harbour Golf Resort and Spa. We celebrate a successful fishery. We have a large salt mine that produces over 1,200,000 tons of salt per year. We still have a few dairy and beef farms and have blueberry fields and maple sugar businesses. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have the best people in the world. And we have people from all over the world too. 25 different countries and counting. England, Poland, China, South Korea, Philippines, Taiwan, India, Mexico, Nigeria, Colombia, Syria, Lebanon, Netherlands, US, Germany, Thailand, Bulgaria, Jamaica, Vietnam, Ukraine, Russia, Cuba, and El Salvador, to name a few. So you can see I represent some pretty amazing people and places. I take the responsibility of being the voice for the people of Cumberland North very seriously. Last Tuesday, this government tabled the Nova Scotia budget for 2020-21. I studied the budget and I asked, Is this a good budget for the people of Cumberland North? This is an $11.6 billion budget. It's a budget that sees an increase in revenues over the last years, but it's from the federal government because we actually have a decrease in revenues from our taxpayers of this province because our economy is worsening. Numbers don't lie. I do not see any efficiencies or a significant decrease in expenses of the government, which citizens expect government to do with their tax dollars. The people I represent want to know, how will this budget help me? The questions that I hear from my constituents, Mr. Speaker, are, why can't I find a family doctor? Why can't the Emerge department be open? Why are the wait times so long in Emerge? Why is there no one to help my loved one who has schizophrenia and is a danger to society? Why is there no housing available to me? Why am I paying the highest taxes in Canada? Why am I paying the second highest electricity rates in the country? Why does this province not value my business? I can go next door to New Brunswick and pay less personal taxes, less corporate taxes, and pay lower electricity rates. Why should I stay in Nova Scotia? Does this budget help us to attract business to Cumberland North? The answer is no. There is nothing in this budget that instills hope for our economic future. This government is anti-industry. It has a moratorium on natural resource development, sending a message to the mining and energy sector that we are closed for business. This government has kicked the forestry industry in the teeth with no planning or preparation. And when I look into the eyes of these men and women, I see anger and I see a loss of hope. I see anger because they have employees who have relied on them for a job, and they have families that they have to lay off. Employees who have families and they have to lay them off. I see anger because they have worked in an industry that their parents and their grandparents have worked to build, and now their way of life is being threatened. Personally, I thought about how I would feel as a former businesswoman if government made a decision that pushed me into bankruptcy or forced me to leave my beautiful province. I would be a long time getting over it. What we need in Cumberland North is support for our entrepreneurs, a business-friendly environment, a lower corporate tax rate, 2% is not enough, lower small business tax rate, lower personal taxes, less red tape and bureaucracy, lower electricity rates. For we are competing in a global marketplace. We're competing with our neighboring provinces. And we can't compete in the current conditions. We can't attract new industry, and we can't retain either. We need leadership by government in this new world that we are fighting the impacts of climate change, threatening our sea levels to rise and cause flooding that will destroy our communities. There's nothing in this budget to address the threat of Nova Scotia becoming an island. We see it every day in Cumberland North. When the storm comes and the waters of the Bay of Fundy rise and break the banks that currently connect us to New Brunswick, we see the impending destruction. There's nothing in this budget to help us. We need leadership by government to support new businesses that promote shared values, businesses that are driven by a sense of purpose to enhance communities and conserve ecological systems where they operate. There is nothing in this budget to promote that kind of business. We need leadership by government to increase local food production. We have 30% of the arable farmland in the province in Cumberland, but all we hear about are grapes in the valley. The last 2 weeks we've witnessed national rail blockades. We got a glimpse of how vulnerable we are as we rely so much on others for our food. Yet this government created a marketing plan for Nova Scotia food. We need more than that. We need much more than just pretty pictures of apples on billboards. We need an increase of actual food production. We need leadership by government to create energy from local, sustainable products made here in Nova Scotia. We have had geothermal with promises for development for years, but nothing in this budget. We have an abundance of wood, a renewable resource that could be used to create electricity and create energy. But rather, we seem to only hear about solar panels, which I might add are made in China, and we see the profits leaving this province. We need leadership by government to create a reliable internet and cell phone service. We saw the deficiencies during Hurricane Dorian, where 911 was not accessible. People in life-threatening situations could not call for help. There is nothing in this budget for this. We need leadership that will make safe roads a priority, roads that are maintained, roads that are safe, roads and bridges that are fixed and open. There is nothing in this budget for this. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in this budget to help improve access to healthcare services to our most vulnerable. We have an illegal drug problem in Amherst. We have too many people struggling and addicted to illegal drugs, struggling to barely survive. Drugs and alcohol addictions are preventing our people from working, from earning a living, from building their self-esteem and their own self-worth, and it is destroying families. We need massive investment in addictions and mental health services in Cumberland North, massive. And from what I hear from my colleagues in the PC caucus, it is needed all across this province. We need psychiatrists who specialize in mental health. We need acute care beds for mental illness, and we need chronic care beds for mental illness. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I met with an alcoholic. He told me the detox unit in our area used to keep people for 15 to 20 days to detox, stabilize, and treat, and then discharge them with a treatment plan to go home with. Now, under this Liberal government, they are kept 5 days, and they are sent home with no effective treatment plan. They are doomed for failure. He told me a few years ago he was in detox with 7 other people, and now 2 of them have died. 2 young lives that could have been saved. There's nothing in this budget to help this. The Cobequid Pass was built in 1996, and tolls were put in place that created a barrier, a financial toll, for the people in the rest of the province to come to Cumberland North. The people of Cumberland North feel isolated from the rest of the province. It is time, Mr. Speaker, to remove the barriers, both real and perceived. Remove the tolls. Remove the centralized decision-making, and it's time to start making communities like those in Cumberland North a priority. It is the responsibility of government to create a positive environment so that individuals, families, businesses, and communities can prosper. It is the responsibility of government to take care of those who cannot take care of themselves. We must do better than the same old politics. We must remember that this budget is for Nova Scotians. It is for the people of Cumberland North, and it doesn't make the cut. I know we can do better. I see Nova Scotia as a place where we can achieve greatness. And I will work with my PC caucus colleagues for a better budget with solutions for a better government. We must work for the kind of province we can be proud of to pass on to future generations that doesn't include giving them more debt. Let's amend this budget and work on presenting one for a healthy, prosperous Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion carried. The House will now recess for a couple of minutes while it resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, Resolution E11.
The NDP has 44 minutes remaining. The member for Halifax, Shibukto.
Well, I really hope that the minister and your friends have had a good weekend. You certainly deserved it. And as we continue thinking about the work of the department, I want to go back to where we left off now 3 days ago. We were thinking at that time about wait times for mental health. And in particular, about the dramatic variation there is in the province in wait times for mental health. So I'd like to ask the minister first, if you could address what in the budget is pointed towards ameliorating the geographical disparities from the point of view of wait times that are such a feature of our present provision of mental health services.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for his question and also for his, I guess, opening best wishes, I guess, or acknowledgement of having the weekend. And I think I can speak for myself. I did getting home always good opportunity to recharge the batteries and get back at it. And I share the same wishes that he and his colleagues managed to make the most of the weekend. As it relates to mental health and addiction services, I know we've had a few conversations, not just on mental health and addictions, but other healthcare outcomes and the question about regional disparities. So I guess I'll start at the broad side and work our way in. At the broad side, when it says, where within the budget specifically, so it's not as easy as saying the specific line item, Mr. Chair, because really our mental health and addiction services are delivered predominantly through partner organizations and not the Department of Health and Wellness. So the funding that we transfer to the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK, those grants provide the operational funding for them to deliver all of the healthcare services throughout the province. Similarly, we have funding as a government, have funding allocated, targeted towards our youth through our partners in the education system with initiatives like the Schools Plus programming that would be illustrated through Department of Education's budget item. Now, as it relates to then this question of wait times and regional disparities, two big things, and I think past practice or outcomes in the last couple of years should actually give the members of the legislature pause to see that there are good things happening. The investments and the programming that has come from the recommendations coming up from the system level, for which we have been and continue to invest in. This year, overall investments in mental health treatments and services is the largest budgeted, I believe, in the province's history. It's building upon significant investments that we've been making over the last number of years. So what we've seen from those estimates, and again to the member-specific question about regional disparities, one of the things, again, you don't see it in a budget line item, but it is happening operationally, is the standardization of protocols and processes for care, particularly in the mental health and addiction space. That that is number one. What happened, this started a couple of years ago, was the amalgamation of mental health and addiction services. This was an initiative that was underway when I came in 2017, but it was informed by a couple of factors. One is the recognition that within the mental health and addiction sphere, individuals often have both conditions. Sometimes an individual who has an addiction develops mental health challenges, depression and what have you, which may arise as a result of the addiction. The other side of the coin is some instances where you have people with mental health challenges, mental illness. As part of their coping, they end up establishing addictions, self-medication or what have you. So you often have coexistence of mental health and addictions issues. And prior to 2016-17, they were operating as separate arms within the health authorities. And so one of the things was to bring those teams together so that the services in the mental health and addictions sphere could actually then focus on the patient, on the individual, whether they need addiction-related counseling support services or they need mental health services. They can actually treat the person and treat the two conditions, as clinically appropriate and necessary. You need to have one under control to support the other, and so on. So that has been a significant positive, and coming up with then as the amalgamation of the groups also then is the standardization of intake protocols and processes throughout the province to help standardize the responses. And what that also has then allowed is, and that's the work that's been happening in the last 2 years quite significantly on the intake protocols and processes that are conducted within the NSHA environment, that they then as they standardize that, are able to then work better across the health authority, because then, for example, one of the areas that the member has highlighted, Mr. Chair, is Cape Breton. Obviously an area of concern for us as a province. It's an area within the first month or so of being appointed health minister. I had someone, an external psychiatrist focused on teen and mental health, go and spend some time in Cape Breton to do an assessment and come back with recommendations and advice about his experience and what he garnered there. While there are challenges, some of those challenges are related to staffing, not having a number of vacancies of qualified clinical practitioners is one of the challenges. So one of the things we've done, we've adjusted compensation models and support. Changes that were made even prior to the master agreement. These were changes in compensation and structure that were informed based upon feedback and advice provided to the health authority and the department, indeed directly to myself, from clinicians, psychiatrists directly on the ground in Cape Breton. And we implemented changes. Within that, again, we still have vacancies. So one of the outcomes, how do we leverage areas of the province that have higher concentration of the necessary specialties, whether it's in the area of youth and adolescent mental health and addiction services, or which would be centered with the IWK, or even here in the Central Zone for adult and general population mental health and addictions. So leveraging, and one of the things that established was more collaboration and cooperation between those specialists in the Central Zone and those, again, I use Cape Breton just as an illustrative example, but the Northern Zone also with challenges to provide those opportunities to support while the recruitment continues to fill those vacancies. We know that's a critical, necessary component, and that's where, again, some of the changes in the compensation framework is, makes us hopeful that we'll be able to fill those vacancies and meet the needs. But in the interim basis, leveraging those resources and supports we have across the province, and I think the system, and as a single Nova Scotia Health Authority, having that collaboration and cooperation in place is one of those things that helps address those where regional challenges do exist. And so that, I think, is to answer the question. Again, for outcomes of some of these efforts and initiatives, within the last couple of years, we've seen improvements. The IWK, so for youth and adolescents, you see the number of the wait time reductions that have taken place over the last number of time. The percentage, I believe, if I recall correctly, for adults in 2018 was 83 or 85% of urgent cases were being seen within the target period of time, and I believe this year it's over 90%, 95%, I believe. It was either 93 or 95%. I'll have to look up the document on that. Just one second. It's 98% of youth with the IWK are being seen for urgent cases, and urgent care for adults is also 98%. So that's both the IWK and the NSHA. So when, Mr. Chair, people look at, and we are, to my knowledge, the only jurisdiction in the country as a province or territory that posts our mental health wait lists across the entire province, the entire jurisdiction. I believe there may be individual health authorities or jurisdiction, health authorities or facilities in other provinces that post this information, but we are the only province-wide where we share that information publicly. And when you go there, I want, Mr. Chair, to make sure people understand what the information is posted in. It's posted in percentiles. So it shows what the wait time is for the 90th percentile. And I know on the floor of the legislature here, whether it's in question period, most frequently during question period, or in various debates, it's often cited of the over 200 or 300 days of wait time, which comes from that website. But I want to remind people what 90th percentile means is that for that time period, citizens, 90% of them are seen in that time or less. It does not mean that if you were to seek service that you should expect it'll take you that long. What it means is that essentially there's a 90% chance you will definitely be seen within that time period, not that that's kind of an average, that the average person waits that long. It's merely that's the longest amount of time that that people wait, Mr. Chair. So again, I think again the member's question was about what are we doing in the budget. It's not something you point directly to in the line items here, as I've explained, because most of the operations are executed by our partners, but I've outlined a number of the initiatives that have been underway in mental health and addictions, and what those outcomes, the positive outcomes, have come from those initiatives. So I hope the member and other members of the legislature and the general public, Mr. Chair, do recognize and acknowledge that good work. We still acknowledge that there's more work to be done, and we as a Department of Health and Wellness, as a government, and our partners in the health authorities, both the NSHA, IWK, community partners, the education department, and others, remain committed to making positive strides in this very important area of our healthcare and indeed our society.
The member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I understand the minister's explanation about the 90th percentile, but it doesn't change the fact that the 90th percentile calculation is being applied to all of the different zones, and that within the statistical meaning of that, as the minister has explained it, there remain these dramatic unevennesses in the delivery of mental health services. Now, I understand why a standardized mental health protocol would be helpful in the in the delivery of mental health services, but I don't understand, if I've understood the minister right, why he thinks that a standardized mental health service delivery protocol would be helpful in addressing this particular problem of the regional unevenness in the delivery of the service.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the inquiry. I believe there's two reasons to drive the response. Number one, Mr. Chair, is that standardized approach is based upon clinical best practice from evidence-based environments that fed input into the design of the programming. So because it's clinical best practice would be one of the reasons. That sometimes disparity within systems because they had different approaches, different styles, and some may be more evidence-based than others. The second reason is that when the system has challenges in one area and relies on others for support, having clinicians and healthcare workers operating under the same protocols and approaches makes it easier to rely on and transition support from a different jurisdiction into the area that requires the additional help. So when everyone's working from the same or singing from the same song sheet, so to speak, it means that they can sing the same tune. They can provide the same service. They can transition in, whether it's using tele services or physically visiting a community on a locum or temporary basis. So if the protocols are the same in the jurisdiction in need as they are in an area that has adequate supports, by going down, you're not changing or having to learn protocols and processes. You actually have a consistency, so that makes the ability to come in and support your colleagues in that other community. So those are the two main reasons. Evidence-based and standardization allows for consistency and makes it simpler for secondary support to come in and help.
The member for Halifax-Shabukdo.
Is the minister then in fact saying that in his judgment the disparity in the delivery of mental health services we have from the point of view of wait times is to in a major way be attributed to, in the previous period, a lack of standardized service delivery protocol?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not exactly what I said. I think I actually noted that, in particular, staffing remains one of the biggest challenges in some of those areas. Filling vacancies has been a big part of that challenge. What I'm saying is in terms of being able to then address that while the recruitment, and again I talked in a previous response, Mr. Chair, about efforts that are made around remuneration to help address. There were some other changes that were made on the operational sense as per some recommendations and feedback that came from frontline psychiatrists to help during that bridging period as the recruitment efforts continue. That is again a very important critical piece. But in that bridging space, what I'm saying is the standardization of that clinical approach does provide better flexibility and better outcomes to get the best possible thing, while we can't wholly control whether an individual with the appropriate qualifications is willing to relocate or take on a position in certain communities that have higher needs. So that wasn't putting, I'll say, blame on, but rather just acknowledging that the challenges, which I think do at this point remain related to vacancies in some of those communities. You'll probably see a bit of a correlation there.
The member for Halifax-Shabukdo.
Thank you. So thinking further about mental health service delivery, one of the things that we hear about more and more is the delivery of e-mental health. And I wanted to ask the minister what allocation is there for e-mental health programming in the budget?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're looking at About somewhere between $900,000 and $1 million, $900,000 and $1 million targeted towards e-mental health and addiction services. So these would be services delivered through the internet and related technologies to provide support. We already have certain programs that might be considered in a technology delivery. For example, 811 provides smoking cessation services. That's a form of telehealth services that, basically anything that's not face-to-face delivery of services and care. We also have psychiatric services being provided, as I referenced in my previous response, Mr. Chair, which has connected particularly clinical psychiatrists, specialists that are in the central zone, particularly evident with youth and adolescent, where they're really centered in the core and at the IWK itself, being able to then connect and reach out and support other psychiatrists around the province for youth and mental health services. We also have investments that were announced in 2020 through the Department of Labour and Advanced Education with our universities, the Healthy Minds Nova Scotia, which is an e-mental health and addictions platform rolled out in partnership with our universities throughout the province. So DHW and the Nova Scotia Health Authority are involved in that program and initiative as well, although again funded through the Labour and Advanced Education and University supports. We also have initiatives around Stepped Care 2.0, leveraging within the Nova Scotia Health Authority that the Nova Scotia Health Authority is working on. So we look forward to seeing some enhanced services come on stream this year around that stepped care. So again, for those who are familiar clinically with the notion of stepped care in the mental health addictions space, the 2.0 mostly refers to that being brought online and leveraging e-delivery services for that type of service delivery. So again, that increased investment coming in this year is in a large part supporting that kind of delivery services. And then we have other partner organizations like Strongest Families, the Kids Help Phone and supports and funding that we've continued to support and invest with as well on top of that.
The member for Halifax-Shabukdo.
This list, the minister was mentioning Healthy Minds and programming for university students under the e-mental health heading. Is there any other university student-related e-mental health programming at the moment in addition to the Healthy Minds program?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not that I'm aware of myself. That doesn't mean that individual universities are not engaged with partners to enhance and provide additional services. And it's even possible that Labour and Advanced Education may be familiar with those operational investments of individual universities as well. But this particular program is the one, and fairly recently launched, and designed in part, I believe, some preliminary work in partnership with the universities as well as our health authorities and ourselves, and has been, by all accounts that I've heard, well received by all of the parties.
The member for Halifax-Shabukdo.
Thank you. Then going back to this, the characterization of the programming that the minister gave a few minutes ago, would it be possible to ask the minister to give some sense of the proportions of the e-mental health budget that are allocated to each of those? Like, what are the major initiatives there in terms of cost, and how that overall funding is reflected in those different programs?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really. The 900,000 that I've referenced, 915 or so thousand that I referenced previously, is the increased investment this year for e-mental health innovation, new programs and investment supports. Many of the other programs are again part of the Nova Scotia Health Authority or the IWK's detailed budget line items. So, for example, I've mentioned a couple of times about the IWK, which NSHA I believe has as well, but the clinical telepsychiatry support services, how they connect back into other communities. That's part of the operational program delivery within those organizations. So this 915 is what we have in the department to allocate towards e-mental health innovative initiatives, like some of the work that the Nova Scotia Health Authority is working on with Step Care 2.0 to help get these programs up and running. And then once programs are up and running, they become operational as part of the Health Authority. So I don't have those detailed line items here with me this evening.
Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. Well, I certainly don't expect the Minister to have this immediately to hand or to mind, but I wonder if I could ask him to provide a breakdown of the programming that is provided by that 915,000.
Minister of Health.
That information is not all done. We're at the beginning of the fiscal year. That's the amount of money we have allocated to go towards innovation coming through in the coming fiscal year of programming and sports. So this is what provides us that ability to respond and execute on programs and opportunities to deliver e-mental health services. So we don't have the program announced, and so this is the funding that goes to that specific program. This is at the front end. Again, we estimate that we would need about $1 million. Again, I think it's somewhere in the $915,000 range to go towards that type of programming, support services. There's no shortage of vendors and opportunities to invest in. What we'll be doing this year is working with our partners to make sure that we identify and pursue the ones that we believe will provide the greatest value and supports to Nova Scotians with that funding.
Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for thinking about that list of questions related to mental health service delivery. I'd like to change gears quite a bit and ask the Minister about a different area, the important area of public funding for contraceptives. Now, in particular, a significant need for public funding has been identified for IUDs. Reports have come to our caucus from health providers at clinics that they have the experience of patients coming multiple times to avail themselves of services for an abortion, and identifying that the root of this experience is that they have not had the money to afford an IUD. And it's not difficult. A person doesn't need to be an expert in reproductive health to see how irrational, just from a purely public health administration financing point of view, this is, because we know that the cost of an IUD, which is a matter of around 5 years, is between $300 and $400, while of course the cost of an abortion is a great deal more than that. In other words, we have a situation being reported where there are many women in the province who would choose to have IUDs, but they can't afford to do that, and that the result of this financially in terms of the budget is that there's a significant cost to the province. So I want to ask the Minister if he would identify if the budget includes funding for this needed service of publicly funded contraceptives.
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no program funding in the insured services expansion that I'm aware of. I don't recall such an initiative coming forward through the planning process to my desk for consideration. That said, I know the member talked about the costs of abortion services. One thing that I know has been monitored the last little bit with some advances in that area has been monitoring the number of abortions provincially because there are some new medical abortion services that came on stream. And what we have actually seen is a reduction over the last couple of years in total number of abortions, even though there have been alternate means and approaches to the delivery of services. So we have seen provincially actually a reduction in the number of abortion services in the last couple of years, even though the province has simultaneously provided more opportunities and different approaches. So that's not to negate the comments and the information the member brought forward, Mr. Chair, merely that one of the underlining arguments or suggestions was about the costs related to those abortion services. Provincially, those costs have been going down because there have been fewer people availing themselves of the of that program and those services.
The member for Halifax-Shabukta.
Thank you. Following up on that, can the minister identify if within the department there is any cost-benefit research or investigation being carried out at the moment regarding public funding of contraceptives?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I'd indicated off the top in response to this question, I haven't seen any information that came forward through the budgeting planning process. That's not to say that within the department, people within the public health or insured services space haven't looked at it. I'm just saying that it's not something that I'm aware of. I believe, Mr. Chair, that there are some birth control options that are covered through provincial pharmacare program, for example, like birth control. We've also, Mr. Chair, worked with pharmacists within the province to engage in the ability to prescribe and fill prescriptions for birth control, making the opportunity more available. And I'm just being advised here, Mr. Chair, that apparently within the Nova Scotia Pharmacare program that there is an IUD that is listed on the Nova Scotia formulary. So there is, again, for those in the Nova Scotia Pharmacare program, a provincial funding coverage for an IUD as part of that.
The member for Halifax-Shabukta.
Thank you, but I'm not thinking necessarily of those who are within the pharmacare program. I'm thinking in a general way about those, many of whom would be outside of the program, who are experiencing the situation as I've outlined it. So I want to ask the minister if he can provide any indication of whether or not this is something that is on the department's horizon, something that the department is giving any kind of consideration to, and that therefore we might be able to be looking towards possible consideration or possible initiatives over the next couple of years.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as I'd noted, I can appreciate that the member's inquiry is about people not within the Nova Scotia Pharmacare or Family Pharmacare program, but I want to make it clear that that is a health program that is available to Nova Scotians to register with. It does take into account income levels and ability to pay that does align with the coverage. within the program. So for those who do not have other means of medical insurance, I think it is an important consideration for this as a supplementary program. And I would encourage, for all members of the legislature, if you have constituents, and whether it's for this particular program service delivery, Mr. Chair, or others, that perhaps constituencies, MLAs through their constituency office can share information about the Family Pharmacare program to their constituents so they can evaluate. So that's something that has an immediate opportunity if the member has constituents or other Nova Scotians they're aware of that feel the need for this or other services. It is worth taking a look at the Nova Scotia Family Pharmacare program because again there are a number of services offered and covered by that program as well, and again it does take into account ability to pay for the program and availability.
Member for Halifax Shabakto.
Well, I want to thank the Minister for those answers on the important heading of public funding for IUDs. But I want to go back then to a place where we were last week. We spent quite a lot of time thinking together about questions in long-term care. And there was a thing or two that I had wished to have the Minister address that I'd failed to do. So if we could get back to that, I'd like to ask a couple of more questions in the area of long-term care. One thing that has been a real issue of public concern over the last recent number of years is the adequacy for budget for diet and food in long-term care facilities in the province. And could the Minister please speak to the budget that currently is provided? What is today the average food budget per resident in a Nova Scotia long-term care facility?
The Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not how we break down the budget in this space, so that wouldn't be information. Other than, I believe a couple of years ago, within the budget, we introduced additional funding for both recreation services and for diet. That additional funding is continuing to carry through the system within the continuing care sector, but we don't have explicitly. We have contracts, agreements in place with the long-term care service providers for funding. The funding is by and large established and paid at what's known as a per diem rate. That would be the amount of money we pay per bed, and the bed obviously equating to a resident who would be staying in that bed, and that is to cover the costs of the services being delivered, which would be their personal care, their dietary needs, and their obviously the overarching housing supports, and then the medical supports and services as well. So that's really how we break out the budget for our long-term care facilities.
Member for Halifax Shabakto.
Thank you. Well, the Minister has drawn attention to that provision in, I think it was last year's budget, possibly the year before, where there was funding for long-term care facilities in consideration of diet and supplementing what was available to those facilities until then for diet. So I'm assuming that the department must have some system by means of which the adequacy of what is being spent on diet is determined. I suggested in my previous question that it might be a metric around how much is spent per resident per day. But if it is another metric, could the Minister please explain what that is?
The Minister for Health.
Again, within our budgeting document process, we have $4 billion of expenses laid out. So the level of detail that our budget documents break into is really at more of the long-term care. We're going into this program, so I don't have that information broken out here. What I can say is we do see in just the long-term care sphere an increase investment of something in the vicinity of about $29 million in long-term care. I'll double check those numbers when I sit back down, but just eyeballing the information, we do have an increase of about that targeted towards our long-term care sector.
The member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. The question I'm asking is not looking for a complex, ultra-granular reading of the budget number. I'm really asking simply, what is the mechanism by which the department determines whether or not an investment of the sort that was made a year or two ago, improving diet, is an investment that is required? How does the department know whether or not more spending on that front is called for, whether or not the amount that's being allocated is sufficient for what's required?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That, from a policy perspective, can be answered a little more wholesomely, I suppose. So I appreciate the difference. So what really boils down to is that our long-term care facilities do have dietitians who manage and establish the menus. So we rely on the dietitians to, I should say, that our partners, the service providers, the long-term care facilities have dietitians available to establish the menus that meet the nutritional requirements of the residents, and so that's really part of what their obligation is in terms of being licensed and delivering adequate, appropriate care, which includes their meals and their diet.
Member for Halifax-Shabukto with about 2 minutes left.
Thank you. I wanted to ask as well, a number of years ago, 4, maybe 5, before the minister was in his present office, there was, I think, a commitment, it would be fair to say, to bring forward a 5-year strategy on long-term care for the province. And we don't have that 5-year plan for long-term care in the province. Can the minister tell us at all what is the status of planning to bring forward that strategy or plan?
The Minister of Health with a minute left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for the question. The work within the department, as the member would know, and indeed, Mr. Chair, I think everyone here would recognize, one of the things that I shifted efforts within the department last year, about a year and a half ago almost now, was to the expert panels on long-term care. The really important piece about that was to ensure that we address quality of care in our existing facilities. At the same time, the work within the department to evaluate and explore long-term care beds throughout the province has also been pursued, and we've announced a number of new beds, I believe about 162 over the last year, which are underway. The first 30 should be coming on stream this year in the Halifax area.
Time has expired for the NDP caucus. We now go on to the Conservative caucus and the member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess I should offer, does the minister want to have a short break, or do you want to start right into it? Okay.
The Health Minister.
All right. Thank you. I do want to start with a couple local questions to the Annapolis Valley, and one which is a bit of good news for people who suffer from who need dialysis in the Annapolis Valley is the fact that Valley Regional Hospital has an expansion on the go at the moment, as the Minister knows, providing dialysis for people with kidney failure. And I do get asked, because of the long distance involved in people driving to Halifax and to get dialysis, is when will that unit be functional?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not a contractor or project manager, so as long as the member accepts this information with the appropriate caveat that this is the information provided to me by those working on the project, the expected completion is in early summer of this year. So it should be on stream this year in early summer. And I believe there were some earlier questions denoting some of our increased investments in this area, and part of those increased investments in our overall health budget and transfer to the Nova Scotia Health Authority is for the operational delivery of the dialysis chairs that are coming on stream in Annapolis, Digby, and a couple of other sites that we expect to be on stream within the 2021 fiscal year. Obviously, these were sites that were announced previously, the design work, the construction, but we expect the construction at a couple of these sites to be completed this year.
Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know my constituents will be pleased to hear that. Another issue we have in the Valley, as the Minister knows, is that in some communities up to 20% of the people do not have a family doctor, and it seems when we look at provincial statistics now, the Annapolis Valley really is the area that has the most significant shortage of family doctors, and I know a number of people without a family doctor. And I guess the question is, can the Minister sort of outline what is being done to address really what is a crisis in healthcare in the Annapolis Valley?
Member or the Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do thank the member for the question. It is a question of concern of mine as well. That is broadly over the last year or so, a real focus on, as we were seeing since 2016, when we implemented the Need a Family Practice Registry, the 811 Need a Family Practice Registry, we were seeing a continued and relatively sustained growth in that registry each month as we reported Nova Scotians looking for a family physician. Our primary focus with our partners has been to tackle that challenge, to attach Nova Scotians to primary care. We don't have to rehash, unless the members wish to, delve into why that's such an important part of our focus in the health department and with our partners in the Nova Scotia Health Authority for that primary care piece. I think we all accept that as important in overall health outcomes and the delivery of care. So we've been focused on that, and we've seen very good results as we've been focusing. We've seen over the past year, 14 months, a reduction in the number of Nova Scotians registered on that list. In fact, for most of the last 14 months, nearly every month saw a reduction in the number of Nova Scotians registered. That's a total decrease of about 20% of Nova Scotians registered on that list. So within the last year to 14 months, we've actually made significant progress. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, and I acknowledge this for the member and my colleagues that work in the Western Zone across all parties, that in fact, when you look at that information, one of the advantages of us having that list, which we didn't have, and our partners, the health authorities, didn't have, was that it allows us to see geographically where the demand is. So we've seen that much of the positive progress has been in the Central Zone. We see that the Western and Northern zones remains significantly challenged. So we have been turning our heads both within the and efforts within the department and within the health authority on strategies and initiatives that can be targeted more to those areas. So again, we came out and most of last year was broadly, how do we get more Nova Scotians attached? The programs and services across the province are relatively consistent for incentives and programs. So we now recognize that we have to look at what initiatives and programs we have available to those two, particularly those two zones within the northern and western zone, which include the western, including the valley. But we have taken some initiatives that we've done. Even just about 2 weeks ago, I was down in just outside of the valley, announcing the clerkship program that provides that opportunity for third-year students to get out to communities to be able to get their third year of training, over 40 weeks of training in the community. Research has shown, Mr. Chair, that when they get exposed both to primary care environment but also community-based care, they're more likely to pursue that and as an actual career when they're finished their studies. We also have invested in a capital project in the Valley for supporting the expansion of the residency program there. Again, we know that residents, family physician residents, are more likely to stay in communities where they complete their residency training, so providing that capacity, providing a more attractive environment to support those residents as they complete their training. All of those things, I think, are positive, but those are just some of the things that are currently underway as we turn our mind to see what else we can do. So it is top of mind. It is a focus for us in this year, and as we have new programs and initiatives to roll out, we'll continue to do that throughout the year.
Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another concern, another serious concern of my constituents is a number of days in the past year we've seen significant overcrowding at the Valley Regional Hospital ER. Of course, that ER is serving 40, 50, 60,000 people. And I realize that they have taken steps to reorganize themselves and to try address the issues, and hats off to the Valley ER. Certainly have a great deal of respect for how hard everyone works there. The question I guess I would have to the Minister is what if any are there, what we see, and maybe I should frame that up a little bit, what we see is that there's just huge demands on the system there, and maybe they need more space. Is there any, the question would be, is there any plans to add to the infrastructure there, whether physical resources, space, or human resources to meet the growing demand in the Valley Regional ER?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the Minister of Finance rolled out the capital plan along with the budget, does not have allocations for infrastructure work at that site, but for that emergency department. However, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned previously, we do have infrastructure investment to support residents and the resident training program run out of that site, which is an important both training, but that training results in recruitment value. Specifically, Mr. Chair, as challenging as it is for me to articulate this, in 2017 in the summer when I did a bit of a tour around the province, I remember stopping at Valley and met with actually a recent, I'll say, graduate completion resident who completed their training, one of 4 that was setting up in the community. They happened to have a family name that was familiar to me, and being Nova Scotia, I inquired if they were connected to a family down my way in Antigonish. Sure enough, they were from Antigonish. So as hard as it was for me to see this young Antigonish physician set up roots in the valley to deliver care as a newly minted health minister, who would have been quite happy to have that newly minted physician set up roots in Antigonish. It was an interesting conversation, Mr. Chair, when I asked that question, and I asked it a little bit as an MLA, hoping to consider, why would someone choose to set up in a different community, very similar communities, but different, and they advised me what came to be a common theme that I get back from staff in the policy shops. So the comment I got from the front line was actually consistent with the information that comes up from the policy staff who analyze this work. And what was told was, well, we came through as a cohort in the residency program, and I believe 4 out of the 5 were staying in that community. They by and large studied in medical school together. They went and did their residency training together, and they felt a supportive network that starting their careers, they felt quite comfortable and confident of establishing and setting up their work because they knew they had each other to support through early stage in their career. So again, recognizing the work with those programs should not be understated or ignored, because that is very important and significant investments for having the appropriate trained staff complement. As I said, and as the very first question from the member started with, a focus on primary care access and attaching patients to primary care. When looking at reducing pressure on emergency departments, really by volume of visits, Valley, not aware as being dissimilar to other jurisdictions, that many of the visits end up being visits that can be addressed in a primary care setting and environment. So as we work to address the primary care challenges in that region, we believe that helps reduce the pressures on the emergency department as well. One of the steps that was taken was establishing a rapid assessment area to help support the assessment of patients as they come through the emergency department. We know that the Health Authority of the primary care space is working to establish access clinics for people who are attached to the, are registered on the 811 Family Practice Registry, looking for primary care attachment, to provide them a means other than an emergency department or walk-in clinic to receive the primary care that they need. So a number of initiatives, Mr. Chair, many focused in the primary care space to help reduce those pressures in the emergency department, and that's similar in the Valley as it is across the province.
Member from Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to go to mental health and addictions questions, and I noticed when I read the blueprint for mental health and addictions 2019 to 2021 that the #1 action is to increase access to mental health and addictions clinics. And I guess I would like to ask the Minister to give an update on that action point, and also, if I can to say, is that to just explain to me why the walk-in clinic in the North End here was funded by Community Cultures and Heritage and not by his department, given that this is in fact his department's number one action related to the blueprint. So maybe that's a two-part question. Tell me how you're doing on mental health and addictions clinics, and why was that one not funded by your department?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess in reverse order, the walk-in clinic, I believe the funding request went into a program that Community Culture and Heritage had available for communities. It was one that was reviewed, assessed, and funded through that program. It wasn't a funding request, to my knowledge, that had come through the department. So as far as how that funding got established through that department, that's how it manifested itself. The work within the department certainly appreciates that. The North End Clinic and Community Culture and Heritage supported the work that they've done. I look forward, as I think Community Culture and Heritage does, when they fund these types of community-based programs, is an assessment, a review of the outcomes achieved through the funding that's been provided, so that as a Department of Health and Wellness, we're able to leverage that information to help inform our investments in programs and services like that. So that I do look forward to, as they submit into government, how the program through the grant that was provided by Community Culture and Heritage does inform the outcomes and the delivery of services, and then that information can be leveraged, and we can look then at if or how such a program model fits within the mental health and addictions care model of services and programs throughout the province. So again, I appreciate the funding that they provided. We do that in part, so that transitioning into how do we support that access for patients in need of mental health services throughout the province. Some of it is through the efficiencies in the work and the system design changes within the Nova Scotia Health Authority and IWK that they've been making over the last couple of years to tackle those wait lists, to ensure that emergency and urgent mental health care needs are seen in a timely fashion. Emergency really in essentially in real time, right away. Urgent care within a few days time. I believe in less than a week is the target, or about a week is the target time for urgent care. As I've mentioned previously during these estimates debates, both the IWK and the Nova Scotia Health Authority have made significant progress there, especially on urgent care, reaching, I believe, 98%. For the NSHA, that's an increase from about 83 or 85% in 2018 to reach 98% in meeting the clinical targets for urgent care. Still work to be done in non-urgent mental health care services. That's where I think programs like mental health walk-in clinics and other community partner program deliveries play a role. We invest, I believe, in 2021, I believe about $3.25 million towards hiring and supporting clinicians and I believe that works out to about 35 FTEs. I think some of those that's an add-on maintaining. So it would be about $500,000 for additional new clinicians. The other funding obviously is maintaining clinicians that we added in the last year. But this is important funding. Again, in some communities, it's a challenge to fill those vacancies, but every effort is being made to ensure that the vacancies that exist are filled, and because we want to make sure that the care is there. But I also acknowledge the work of the NSHA and the IWK to leverage technology and telehealth services to connect their clinicians from other parts of the province to support some of those communities that need that specialized care back to the communities remotely. Reduces the need for travel, but also supports while recruitment is ongoing in some of those communities in higher need.
The member for Kings North.
So I just want to clarify a point, Mr. Chair, with the Minister, and that is that for the North End Community Walk-In Mental Health Clinic funded by the Department of Communities, Cultures and Heritage, his department, would his department or the NSHA be providing oversight for that clinic, or would that clinic be managed by Communities, Cultures and Heritage? So I'm just wondering what is sort of the command and control process there?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it's multifaceted, perhaps, for the response. The first is that the North End Clinic, so this is a mental health clinic that's established at an existing health clinic environment. So as a broad clinic, they do get funding and support, obviously through a department and the Health Authority within those health services. For the specific program, referred to as the mental health walk-in clinic, funding for that was provided by Community Culture and Heritage, as they do with any community organization that receives funding. And here I put a little caveat that I'm speaking a little bit about another department, but as they provide grants, they do provide terms and conditions, so to speak, that are expected, including a review or an assessment of meeting the how they performed in meeting the objectives that they set out in their application. Community Culture and Heritage, to my knowledge, doesn't provide any clinical oversight of the clinic, if that's the nature of the question. They merely provide, as I understand it, a funding grant to the organization to help offset the costs of delivering the service. From a clinical oversight, so that's just on the financial side, if the question was more framed towards clinical oversight, the clinical side, really as it is through much of the health system, is obviously clinical guidelines and obligations do fit with the professional standards of clinicians. So clinicians that provide care and services are part of professional bodies that govern their license, and so the clinical oversight and expectations to ensure they deliver based upon those professional standards and obligations really falls to professional colleges in that regard. As I said, this mental health walk-in clinic was not one that was designed or implemented as part of an overarching Department of Health and Wellness government process, but as they collect and submit information as to the outcomes of that mental health and addictions clinic over the last year or so into government, that information I certainly look forward to leveraging to help review, assess the potential viability of mental health walk-in clinics throughout the province.
The member for Kings North.
So I appreciate the answer. So my comment on that is we have the Minister of Health with a blueprint for mental health and addictions, a plan, and then on the other hand we have the Communities, Cultures and Heritage, which is simply responding to applications, and which I believe the Minister in fact said it didn't get funded because they didn't apply again. And in fact, they then did subsequently apply. But in fact, if we look at the spending for Communities, Cultures and Heritage, there are actually a number of places, a number of significant health and even mental health spending. They're funding the Canadian Mental Health Association to the tune of $92,000, and I could go on. There's a number of different places where Communities, Cultures and Heritage is funding different little pieces of the mental health picture in the province. And in fact, we could go on and say the Department of Community Services is also doing the same thing. They're funding. And in fact, so is Labour and Advanced Education. So we have three other departments with bits and pieces of this. We have the Minister's plan. I will go on and say that also we have the milestones on our journey, which is the Nova Scotia Health Authority's plan. And so we've got three extra departments, the actual department, the Nova Scotia Health Authority plan. That's sort of 5 different visions of what's happening here. and then we could, and I do appreciate that that we have it. We do have a suicide plan too, which we're on. So it feels to me like there's sort of too many plans in the air here maybe. And I know that when I played hockey, men's pickup hockey, if we had no plan, we usually lost. If we made the briefest of plans, like you guys play defense, you guys are forwards, we sometimes would win. When I was coaching sports, if we were on 2 plans, it was a recipe for disaster. If I had some of my boys in basketball playing man-to-man and some playing zone, that wasn't going to work. And I see two very significant plans here. One, which is the Nova Scotia Health Authority's plan, which we could break down to, but it appears more high level. We have the minister's plan, which feels more concrete. We have 3 other departments funding pieces of the mental health picture too. And I know that we've had in the past, not so much this year, but significant investment, yet we feel like we're treading water. And I guess my question for the minister is am I looking at this wrong? Are there all these different pieces of the puzzle? Is it to the point where it's not helping? Like it's making it maybe less organized, not more organized. And I wonder if the minister would comment on that and tell me why, if the current situation, which has evolved to where it is, fundamentally feels disorganized to me. And I wonder if the minister could comment on that and tell me if I'm right.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do thank the member for the question. I know how important this topic is to the member and indeed to everybody in the legislature. I think nearly everybody raises this as a topic of question, either here or during question period at other junctures. And that's a good thing, Mr. Chair, to have the opportunity to remind Nova Scotians of the importance. I don't think that in my response I will agree or note that the member's correct. The reason is the member referenced, the plan of the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the blueprint that the department established and posted. What the member doesn't note in there is that that these are actually connected. You mentioned the suicide framework, the prevention framework that, Mr. Chair, is part of work that's ongoing that fits within the blueprint efforts and work within our mental health and addictions overarching. So the blueprint is the overarching, and then there are aspects of that require work and progress. We have different entities that have connections to, and again, I think here the member and I can agree that often individuals with mental health and addictions are marginalized populations. So we do have multiple entry points where people with these challenges, with these health challenges, have a contact point with government. And so in an effort to ensure that we can touch base and connect with people where they are, which is the first point of providing the care and the supports, and then help funnel or support the individuals, whether their entry point is through community services supports and programming, or through labor and advanced education, through the university sector, or through our Department of Education, where we've invested heavily specifically in this wellness area of supports through youth health centres, the adolescent outreach model, Schools Plus programming, all of these investments and programs and supports, although they're not necessarily funded directly out of the Department of Health and Wellness budget, but government has seen fit that, you know, for example, Schools Plus would be funded through Department of Education because the delivery point is in the education system. It is in our schools, and so we see that, but we have a coordinated effort, which the member may not see. We have deputies meetings with social deputies on a regular basis to manage and provide the oversight and guidance on where our departments intersect. We've recognized, and this was reiterated to us as a government in the Home for Coloured Children Restorative Inquiry Review report that made it very clear that many of the challenges that were developed and the timing for corrective action and intervention in part related to siloed nature of government that would be, you know, one department does one thing and one thing only. We're really trying to take those silos down. We're trying to support. DHW is the central point of entry and I guess the policy development side of things. But every department, particularly those social departments that connect with our most vulnerable citizens, equally recognize how to, that if they are to serve their client base, their citizens that rely on their services effectively, that mental health and addictions often get in the way of that. And again, whether that's in the education system for the Minister of Early Childhood and Education, his department, community services, labour and advanced education, and indeed, I think it actually is a positive thing that the Department of Community Cultures and Heritage recognizes that as part of building vibrant communities and establishing community supports to be healthy and vibrant, that in fact they are considering mental health and addictions as a programming worthy of their grants, because I think they who are responsible for physical health, that is through sports and recreation, also recognize that the positive role that having programs in sports and supporting community organizations and delivering programming that they know themselves in their community and the region they service by being citizens there are really uniquely positioned to identify and deliver and respond with you know, a pilot type grassroots organized service delivery model that can then inform and be brought forward to help complement the research and policy development within the Department of Health and Wellness. So again, I think the member's correct in assessing the many areas. I think so to that end, I would say the member's correct. Where I think we diverge is his conclusion that reflects a problem within government, whereas I think it reflects a strength within this government and our commitment to advance and improve the areas of mental health and addiction services. And I think, as I've mentioned previously, seeing the progress, the positive progress that that we've seen in both the NSHA and the IWK in reducing particularly their emergency and urgent care waits times and seeing people within the success of seeing people within the clinical targets for those particularly most acute mental health conditions for both youth, adolescents and adults, I think does suggest again this work. More to be done, but we're moving in the right direction based on investments and strategies of the last couple of years.
The members for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I hear the minister, what appears to me, and I know the minister gave a very lengthy answer to my question there, it appears to me, Mr. Chair, that we have three departments that I mentioned already, other than the Department of Health and Wellness, which are funding programs which appear very piecemeal in terms of who's applying, which you could say are communities reacting to the needs in their community and saying, hey, we have a need here, we got to address this. And the minister is saying that that's all great. So my question is when these other departments are deciding what they are going to do, are they looking at the business plan or the plans? Are they consulting with the Department of Health and Wellness on deciding, is this within the minister's blueprint? Are they using those kind of guidelines when they make these decisions on which to fund?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as I'd indicated in my, as the member described it, lengthy response, I'll try to be a little shorter this time around. But as I did mention in that response, despite multiple departments having engagement, we do have, as I was talking about, the need to take down the silos, established seniors, officials and deputies, particularly across social departments. If the member looks at those departments that seem to have a role or engagement in this area, they fall within that space. And through those initiatives, Department of Health and Wellness, when we present, make sure that everyone's aware of where our priority focus areas and so on are. But again, the member's right. In some instances, community groups see and experience things on the ground in their community that doesn't always make it up through the system as efficiently as we'd hope. That's where having a granting agency like Community Culture and Heritage to respond to those types of community programming suggestions can be done more efficiently. And gather that information through those pilot program initiatives, through those community granting initiatives, that then collects information at a grassroots level that can be fed in and validated or cross-referenced against the policy-based research and efforts that are done more traditionally within the department. So I think it is, again, a good opportunity. I think, again, the example that the member brought to the floor of the North End Community After-Hours Mental Health Clinic is a great example of how I think we're going to see that information pending, again, what those results are. Certainly the preliminary information that they've shared publicly, I think, suggests that the formal evaluation of the program when it's done may have some very positive things to share with government. I look forward to us receiving that information to, again, help inform what we may be able to do in the future, not just with our partners at the North End, but perhaps elsewhere within the province.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, we could say there's probably more than one, but there's at least another sort of group that's involved in the delivery of mental health services in the province, and that is, which was, I have to admit, somewhat of a surprise to me, but the rise of private mental health and addictions care. As the minister would know, there's a number of organizations, some of which are not-for-profits, definitely not-for-profits, running on shoestring budgets, which are providing mental health and addiction service. Some of them are for-profit. And one of the areas of concern for me is the lack of access. I know that's a major concern with mental health and addiction services, is getting access. And the minister has mentioned wait times a number of times. But around the province, when we look at the private sector, one of the concerns is that very, very few can get access there, that they have to have an employer-funded plan. And one of the questions I have had from psychologists is they would like to have access to MSI code, so that if someone wanted to see a psychologist, just as you would reach out to your family doctor if you had one, if you're fortunate enough to have one, which not everyone is, but that the doctor can access an MSI code and you get, it's part of our health care. But psychologists would like to have that ability to have MSI codes for anyone coming in. It would create more access into the system. There's a number of psychologists in the province who are not in the healthcare system. So I just wonder if the minister could comment on is that a plan to provide more access to psychologists through providing MSI codes for them?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for raising the question. We certainly aren't in a position to force the individual clinicians in the nature of their practice structure. But notwithstanding that, I can advise the member, I believe there are numerous opportunities for both psychologists and psychiatrists within the public system. We have a number of vacancies. In particular, I'm well aware in Cape Breton, and if he's aware, Mr. Chair, of clinicians, whether they be psychologists or psychiatrists, who believe that they would like to participate in the public system, then I encourage them to connect with the Nova Scotia Health Authority. The opportunities do exist, but Mr. Chair, I believe, as the member may be aware, with the Canada Mental Health Act, the requirements to be in the public system is to be in the public system. So if people want to participate and engage in the public system, then they need to be part of the public system. So opportunities do exist. We have vacancies, we have need. That's been part of the conversation here. And if the member knows of people who are interested and willing to participate in the public system, I'd be very happy to have them join the team in the delivery of services with either the IWK or the Nova Scotia Health Authority.
Member for Kings North.
I believe the minister is referring to vacancies for psychiatrists. I'm not sure that there are, and I may be corrected, but I'm not sure that there are the vacancies for psychologists as there are for psychiatrists, which are two different professions. Both dealing with the same set of circumstances, of course. Mr. Chair, I want to change direction a little bit. Maybe the minister wants to, before I do, maybe the minister will comment on that, but so I'll let him comment on that.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd have to look up the Health Authority's site to see exactly the breakdown between the psychologists, psychiatrists. I do know that there are many clinical mental health positions throughout our system that we're looking to have filled. So again, I believe psychologists would be qualified individuals to fill some of those vacancies throughout the system. And again, whether with our health authorities or with our clinical partners in various other community organizations that deliver these services as part of publicly funded programming and supports. And as I've highlighted, but at this point, I do believe there are vacancies from the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Again, can be reviewed online to verify the exact locations and position descriptions. But if the member was uncertain, I can certainly advise him and the other members, Mr. Chair, that well aware of the clinical difference between the psychologists and psychiatrists. Again, both very important to the delivery of mental health services in Nova Scotia.
Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next subject I just sort of would like to ask the minister to address is, as the minister knows, cannabis has been legal in the province for some time, and now we are on the verge of having edibles. And we have excellent researchers in Halifax who have proven and described the link between cannabis and mental health issues in young people under the age of 25. And with what is widely expected to be at some point we're going to have edibles on hand, I'm wondering what the minister, what role the minister sees his department in that, and what is his department doing to address that issue.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for the question. Very timely. Obviously, cannabis as a legal recreational product is relatively new in the Nova Scotia, indeed the Canadian context. This is something that has been established. Health and youth obviously is of concern for us within the department and across government. That's why the rollout that we established here in the province was one that maintained maintain consistency with an established model that has a very good control rate with the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation in their ID programming for people purchasing through the system there. The member mentioned research around cannabis. I believe there were some questions last week during estimates where someone else was inquiring similarly. In the department itself, we do not have research project specifically on the topic, but for research we provide some funding to Research Nova Scotia, which is the standardized or central research funding body that we have as a province. As we noted, I believe even the Research Nova Scotia website has some promotion of some research that's ongoing within the province that is funded by us as a government. We certainly review clinical information and research that and academic research as well to help inform the work that we do. As it relates to youth and edibles, there's a marketing campaign again, and really for all citizens in terms of the use of cannabis products in whichever form is something that is important and part of the work that we do in the province. We know that, again, as I said, with the NSLC and the delivery model that we chose to pursue, they have a history of work that they do in a socially responsible manner. We felt that was an appropriate rollout model. I think other jurisdictions sees that, and they remain the only retailer of cannabis products in the province for that reason.
Member for Kings North.
I guess I think it begs one more question, obviously, that is that there is a concern about cross-contamination or cannabis-laced product ending up in places where it does not belong, and I'm wondering if the Minister can outline the strategy to prevent that.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might just ask for a little more description in terms of the context of cross-contamination of products. If the member can just elaborate a little bit more of what exactly he means there.
The member for Kings North.
I guess it's I mean, what cross-contamination refers to is a product ending up somewhere where it didn't intend to be. For example, in a cake at a children's event, which was recently in the news, obviously not intentional. But I wonder if the Minister could outline what his department will do to protect young people from these products that could end up in the food supply, but yet have cannabis in them.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the clarity. In fact, the rules around the legislation and regulations governing cannabis, I think, addresses that. The Department of Health and Wellness is not mandated to do the enforcement around that. But as I mentioned earlier, the department does have and government investments in marketing campaigns to help inform, to raise the awareness level within the public, the general population. Obviously, like with any product, it's important for our citizens who partake in these products to do so responsibly. That is why the promotion education campaigns are there to help inform them. And again, that includes keeping products out of the hands of minors. As said, the enforcement of the laws of the province do fall to RCMP as it relates to the general population adhering to the legislation, keeping products out of the hands of minors. Again, for cross-contamination or people bringing cannabis infused or laced products that, again, these are not products that were in the example that the member referenced, Mr. Chair, was not something purchased off of the market, but something that was produced by someone else. So there are federal rules around packaging of purchase. So again, there's two streams here, I think, Mr. Chair. The stream of because the member mentioned edibles that coming on stream, becoming available. There are rules around packaging requirements and so on that are established for those I guess commercially available cannabis-infused products. And so that has a particular stream of requirements. As I've mentioned previously, having the NSLC as the sole retailer of those products ensures that we have control up to and at that point, and packaging and so on. The other stream, though, is, as was referenced, is if somebody builds or produces their own products. Again, that comes down to doing so responsibly, keeping the products out of the hands of minors. Failure to do so does get enforced by RCMP. People should be aware of the consequences. And again, our promotion and marketing campaigns is to help inform and remind people of their responsibilities when they purchase and or produce these types of infused products in their home environment, and certainly if they were to ever take to a public space.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move on to the province's harm reduction strategy in regard to opiates, which is, of course, methadone and Suboxone. And I want the minister to comment on how that is going, and are the numbers going, the numbers of people on methadone and Suboxone, what is the trend with those numbers? Are they going up or down, and what is the number?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for this question. In fact, this is an area of our health, particularly public health policy, that will always be, I guess, near and dear to me. It was the first program that I publicly launched in my role as Minister of Health and Wellness in the summer of 2017. At that time, we launched the framework. I would love to take credit, but I don't move that quickly. So a lot of that work was done under the leadership of my predecessor, and with the staff and the department. It was ready to roll out when I came in. I don't believe I have the number of citizens currently on naloxone, Suboxone, Suboxone or methadone treatment. But what I can advise the members through our investments, we saw about a 90% reduction in the wait list for methadone treatment program for opioid disorder. That really, we also saw in the year before we rolled this out, we did see a bit of an increase in the number of opioid deaths, although we've kind of flooded between 50 and 60 Nova Scotians who die from opioid overdose in the province. In particular, in Cape Breton, I believe we had about a third of those deaths in the Cape Breton region, but that's also the part of the province that had the largest wait list. In the year after our investment to really ramp up the treatment services, we saw the wait list virtually eliminated and the number of deaths cut in half. From an opioid overdose. So I guess I think the overarching question the member asked, which was how is it going, kind of what is the status and how is it going? I think it's going very well. I think we're saving lives based upon these investments, and that's just in the actual clinical treatment side of things. We also have the public naloxone program where almost 12,500 naloxone kits have been distributed throughout the province. What we're aware of, there have been about 138 reversals reported provincially, and that's just kind of public use. EHS paramedics have administered naloxone in an EHS emergency response situation about 190 times in 2019 alone. So we really do believe that these investments are saving lives, and that's a good thing. Where we have other parts of the country and much of the Western world seeing increases in the opioid deaths and problems, we've managed to maintain and in some communities reduce the number of deaths. And I really do believe that that in a large part is because of our preventive strategies and interventions like the naloxone programs and the interventions, needle exchanges, and the expanded treatment supports that we've provided, and virtually eliminating the wait list. I think those are really critical to our success thus far.
The member for Kings North with just over 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would like to ask the minister if he could provide a breakdown of where the naloxone kits have been distributed in the province, and I'm also interested in a breakdown of by region anyway of the change in the number, so the number year over year for at least the last 2 years for the harm reduction program. I'm wondering if the minister could, maybe doesn't have it right now, but could commit to providing us with those numbers.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member. I guess I apologize. The member's correct. I don't have the information broken down the way that he's referenced. Here's some of the information that I do have for the member. As it relates to methadone, January for the calendar year 2019, January to December, we had 268 prescribers of methadone, and there were just under 550,000 prescriptions. Now, keep in mind that would be more than one prescription, perhaps, for patients. That's not 540 patients, but 549,000 prescriptions. And I can't even pronounce this, Mr. Chair, but over the same calendar period, buprenorphine, naloxone, it's another treatment program. Was it close? Mr. Chair, I'm being advised by a colleague who has some experience in this that I was close, so I'll take it. But for that particular treatment, there were 220 prescribers and just under 250,000 prescriptions issued. Again, that's the calendar year filled for 2019. And for our opioid use disorder treatment, we have, as of, I believe, January or February, just over 2,000, so about 2,063 active patients in the program. As it relates to that wait list, when we were launching those increased investments, I believe the wait list was over 250. So that would be over 10% of the current active patients in our opioid use disorder treatment. We had a wait list that was over 10% of the currently treated individuals. By virtually eliminating that wait list, those 250 odd Nova Scotians or thereabouts Nova Scotians are getting treatment today that they weren't prior to those increased investments. And again, for the additional breakdown, we'll take a look, see if we can track that information down. I think we'll have some more time in estimates debate to bring that to the floor.
The member for Kings North.
I started scribbling down numbers, but was taken with the first set of numbers and didn't get the rest of them. So I would appreciate, I know it's in the record here, but I would appreciate those numbers. But I think what I heard you say was in the calendar year of 2019, 268 patients I missed the number then.
The Minister of Health with 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. It was 268 prescribers, so that would be like physicians who actually issue prescriptions, and there are over 550, I think, just about 550,000 prescriptions that were filled.
The member for Kings North.
That starts to make more sense. So my last question on that subject, and I suspect this will end out my hours, what is the overall cost to the program for the harm reduction program in general, the big number? What's it costing our province?
The Minister of Health with 57, 56, 55.
We've rolled it back in.
The Minister of Health with 38 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the early days of this program, as it was rolling out, we did break it out separately as a new program initiative, but as it's become more operational in nature, it's been rolled into the budget. So we're just taking a look here, but off the top of our key points, I don't think we have it broken out at that detail because it's just become part of our operations. We made the additional investments, all publicly announced as we came through, and again, that's been done over the last couple of years. So,
Order. The time for the Conservative Party has expired. Up next, the NDP with 1 hour, and before we start, I'd like to compliment the member from Halifax-Shabukta on his dance moves this weekend. I just saw a video. The member from Halifax-Shabukta.
Well, I want the chair to know that when you're 64, bald-headed and bow-legged, this is even a greater accomplishment than you might understand. Yeah. And I wonder if the chair doesn't think this would be a good time for our three friends to have a 5-minute break.
Would the minister like 5 minutes break? Okay. The member for Halifax, Shabukto.
Thank you. We were an hour ago just turning back to some questions about long-term care. And where we left off, I had asked the minister about the 5-year strategy that the department had spoken about being in the works, and was something that was going to be brought forward a number of years ago. And as I understood the minister's answer, which had to do mostly to do with the expert panel on long-term care, I gathered the intimation that the work of the expert panel had somehow taken the place of the 5-year strategy. So I want to see if I've understood this correctly. Is it in fact the case that the 5-year strategy is no longer something that is in the works and is viewed in the department as something that has been subsumed or superseded in the work of the expert panel?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't describe it that way. Yes, the member's correct that in my response, which I think got interrupted with the wrap of that time period's discussion. What I was starting with was that certainly for a period of time, the focus that we shifted a lot of our attention to was with the respect to the expert panel, that we did take a period of time to turn around, Mr. Chair, and focus on the very important task of setting a strategic path forward to improve the quality of care within our long-term care sector, which I believe represents a very significant and important part of what would be or encompass within a strategy. What we were seeing, Mr. Chair, in the work that had started a number of years ago was, with the complexity and the number of so very important aspects of the continuing care and long-term care population environment, that designing that as a 5-year strategy, all-encompassing, we would be making changes as part of our operations that then cause going back and look at that approach again. So variables were changing while trying to establish that 5-year look ahead. So by breaking it down, focusing in a little more specific on the again, the quality aspect, which I think was absolutely critical and essential to prioritize, was an important step and a worthwhile pause on the broader work, because I didn't want to delay. I didn't want that work to not proceed in the absence of the broader 5-year plan. So that said, it is not to replace the strategic, overarching, multi-year, forward-looking strategy, but that work is ongoing. I don't know that it'll come out labeled as a 5-year plan necessarily, but it is work establishing again the many aspects of the continuing care environment, how our systems integrate, and anticipated demands, and how we respond to the delivery of the care and meet the needs of the citizens of Nova Scotia who rely on these very important services at a critical point in their life.
The honourable member from Halifax, Shabukto.
Thank you. Am I to understand from that then that that previous plan for a multi-year long-term care strategy has now been set aside?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the member's okay with me just diverting for one quick second to answer previous question. Just if a member of the PC caucus wants to jot these numbers down, the opioid action plan was $1.8 million. Dependency treatment, which we spent much of our time talking about, $2.67 million, and just over $500,000 towards the broad strategy, and the total works out to a $5 million investment. Sorry for that slight aside. I just wanted to wrap that up. So I wouldn't say that it supplants or again replaces the strategy. The work to again set those strategic priority pieces of our continuing care, long-term care vision and priority steps is still underway. I do remain hopeful that we will have more to say on that throughout this fiscal year with information that shows that, again, work has been ongoing. But I did put a bit of a pause so that our teams could focus on the expert panel and get those very tangible operational front-line initiatives underway. It itself, as the recommendations from the expert panel, is multi-year focus, a bit more operational and very focused on quality. We know there's more to it than that, and we are focused, and having the expert panel work allows us to keep that focus, keep our investments in that area to help improve the long-term care environment. And again, I think the work that's been done over the past period on the broader multi-year strategy that kind of would be overarching, a bit broader in scope than the expert panel's work, is going to be coming out in due course. And again, when it wraps up, we'll be announcing that publicly, and we'll certainly make sure that the member and his caucus are aware of that as well.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabukdale.
Thank you. Then could the minister provide some general indication of a time frame in which we could look for a multi-year long-term care strategy to be brought forward by the department?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not known as one to often provide, and I know people like to have them. I think it's unfortunate that often you set the dates and for a variety of factors you miss them, then you get beat up for missing the dates. So sometimes it's easier to just get beat up for not giving the date in the first end. But I'll advise the member that I certainly hope to be able to deliver this in this year, to roll that out and build upon the work that we're doing across the sector. Continuing care, long-term care remains a critical priority within the Department of Health and Wellness and with our partners. So we're certainly focused on trying to wrap that up and bring it forward publicly within this year.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabukdale.
Well, I want to thank the minister for that answer, and I just wanted to bring forward one additional question that I had intended to ask the other day while we were speaking about long-term care and had overlooked. And that has to do with the coronavirus situation in long-term care. So I think people in Nova Scotia really paid a lot of attention a week and a half ago when Dr. Strang spoke about how the situation as it's coming into view is one that could potentially place real threats for vulnerable populations. And so when we think about vulnerable populations and the spread of these kinds of infections, these kinds of illness, it's long-term care facilities that we think of the most. So I wonder if I could ask the minister to speak operationally about what preparations are being looked to in our nursing homes at the moment in light of the quick changing coronavirus situation.
The The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for this very important question. Obviously, the coronavirus or COVID-19 situation has evolved significantly since the start of 2020 when it really hit the world stage. What I can assure the member and all members of the legislature, public health is taking the lead on the work here. As the member referenced, Dr. Strang, as our Chief Public Health Officer, is really been working to keep the public up to date through several interviews with media outlets when they ask, and provide the information requested to be shared with citizens, as well as managing the information on our government coronavirus website, novascotia.ca coronavirus. I mention that, Mr. Chair, only because, again, in today's day and age, we actually have, again, so much misinformation out there, particularly through social media. I want to make sure that people do know that's the source of best factual information coming from our health officials. I did get briefed earlier today on the status of the work and the with the NSHA, the IWK, and so our health authorities as well as public health officials as to the work they're doing. What they've noted is the overarching planning work is governed and being directed by the pandemic planning and model of care that was designed and enhanced after our H1N1 came in, I think, 2009-ish, and one of the consistent comments from parties who worked through that period was that we are, as a province and really as a country and a world, much farther ahead with the COVID-19 outbreak than we were with H1N1 because of lessons learned, knowing to get the communication working faster, knowing the types of protocols to implement. I think the general public's awareness, media's awareness to share the information and with the public, not in a fear-mongering way, but rather in a very factual and get that factual information out. Our discussion today did not delve in specifically to long-term care facilities, in part because we still don't, and this is an important factor, we still do not have a case of coronavirus, COVID-19 in Nova Scotia. So the planning work continues operationally with their testing protocols for the current status, that is when potential people meet the screening criteria to have them tested, to send the test results out. The preparation work continues to be broadly as a system preparation work with personal protective equipment or PPE to the evaluation of current stock and stockpiles, including stockpiles to support a pandemic like this, so some that was extra inventory already within the system. So making sure they have that and work to evaluate the should it be needed, supply chain options to respond. So that work is ongoing. Again, even though we don't have a case, they're getting prepared to make sure we have all that information and details ready so that they can inform the response within the system. They also, in the last week and moving into this week, is that broader engagement. Up to within the last week, much of the engagement had been really within the health system itself. That is public health officials with the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Public Health Officer, and the health authorities on the operational side of things, preparation, the protocols, on the clinical side of response, as well as at the national and international levels where there's regular updates at the staff level, even ministers having and deputy ministers having regular contact points to stay informed with each other and how things are developing across the country. What we've transitioned to, as certainly the WHO's assessment of the situation has evolved based upon reaching other countries, that we need to move to that next level, which is the engagement with other stakeholder organizations like education. Obviously, a lot of concerns coming up around trips, so we put out information related to that, communicated out to Centers for Regional Education. Again, interviews that Dr. Strang provided to media outlets that were inquiring, again, communicate that information to concerned parents and students and educators throughout the system, engaging with the EMO and municipal services to prepare for, again, if you get to a worst case scenario and you need to tap into other infrastructure needs, so doing the assessment, and so we're at that stage. Specifically, I didn't delve into questions on long-term care. I know that was the specific question of the member. I know that likely is triggered by the outbreak or the expected outbreak at one of the facilities in I believe in the United States there. That likely led to the question. I didn't have the detailed conversation on that one, but broadly how it's all tied together is proceeding. And again, based upon the people who went through H1N1, where we're at now, they all feel quite confident in the work that they've done and that they're in a much better place as COVID-19 progresses than they were at the same period of time with H1N1.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabocto.
Thank you. And thank you for the answers to that series of questions about long-term care. I'd like to ask about something altogether different. Now, to turn to the subject that the government has really identified as important in its agenda, the subject of e-cigarettes and vaping. And I want to ask the Minister a few questions about how this commitment of the government has been translated into the planning and allocating of the budget. So first, could the Minister speak to how much, in terms of dollars or percent, of the health budget is being allocated to this continuing health concern?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as with some of the other detailed specific questions, again, in a $4 billion overarching budget, we don't roll or break things down quite always to that level of detail, even here at estimates for one particular area of program. What I can say, Mr. Chair, is from a treatment perspective, the investments and allocations come through our mental health and addictions services. When we budget and put the allocation, we don't necessarily always say it's for this particular treatment, because if someone shows up with an addiction or a mental health issue, they come into the public health system and they get treated for that. But we do have smoking, nicotine cessation programs. We have, through our regular health services, we have our 811 smoking cessation program. We, with our PANS, Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia funding agreement, it includes a pilot program with pharmacists to work around smoking cessation as well. And then, of course, we have things that don't necessarily equate directly to dollars within the Department of Health and Wellness. So the flavor ban, the regulatory flavor ban coming into effect at the end of the month, or April 1st, which was announced back in December. That's not something that's explicitly costing us money, but from a public health perspective, certainly as we've seen with tobacco consumption, has a potential for positive effect, especially with people, youth starting to not getting started. So that's a big part of that program, and it'll be a major positive step forward. In addition, Again, on that addiction side, a big part of the supports and the focus here is to keep people from ever getting started and to limit the harms when they do. So the legislation, not that we'll delve into it because I'm not sure if the rules of the House allow us to talk to it, where we have a piece of legislation on the docket, so we'll probably go into more detail there. But I think Bill, I think 233 provides more details on other steps that we are in the Department of Health and Wellness focused on addressing the harms by reducing access for youth in the e-cigarette, and also reducing the harm of the e-cigarettes as can be noted in the details of Bill 233.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. Well, I think this is a reasonable way to direct the conversation towards mental health and addictions and programming we have related to smoking cessation. But I'm wondering, at a time when this is a matter that the government has really identified as a priority, if there is anything in the budget that is being directed on the mental health and addictions front, specifically for addiction treatment relative to e-cigarettes and vaping.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. I know that we are spending over $400,000 specifically around cessation, which relates to vaping. So the efforts there cover both traditional tobacco and e-cigarettes. So investing and supporting through Tobacco-Free Nova Scotia and the Nova Scotia Health Authority. We also have investments going towards ad campaigns that'll be kicking off shortly this year around the harms of vaping as well. I don't have the dollar figure for the campaign on hand, but those are areas that we see those investments being made.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. Am I to understand then that within that 400,000, which is dedicated to cessation and programs related to nicotine-related addiction, that there isn't any specific e-cigarette vaping component?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, not that's broken out here. Again, the delivery of these cessation programs is really, as I understand it, essentially the same. It's what they're really treating is a nicotine dependency in these programs. And so that, as I understand it, is what the focal point of these cessation programs are. So certainly, Mr. Chair, any Nova Scotian, whether they are consuming traditional tobacco products or e-cigarette vaping products, get off of those products, to break their nicotine dependence and establish a healthier lifestyle. These programs are there to support them, and again through the work in the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia, there'll be some funding allocated to there through that particular program, which is not part of the investment I referenced. We've got the 811 program as well, and then those programs through the Nova Scotia Health Authority and Tobacco Free Nova Scotia that we're investing in, as well as, and I don't want to underestimate or understate the significant importance and where a big part of our priority has been is on reducing the number of people getting started. Really, our best health outcomes when it comes to nicotine dependency, as with many other dependencies, is to have people not start. So while we're investing and making these investments in those treatment services and programs, and that's important and very good work, and we're trying new avenues, like I said, telehealth programs, working with our pharmacists as possible delivery arms of services. We're evaluating those and supporting the quitting for those who are already dependent, but initiatives, particularly around e-cigarettes, where we've seen such an explosive growth between the last 3 or 4 years, particularly amongst youth. And we see the research that shows the number of youth who, or not just youth, but individuals who have not been traditional tobacco consumers, once they start with an e-cigarette or a vaping product, the number of them that do transition and begin becoming dual users. So while I appreciate and respect the many Nova Scotians who have found that e-cigarettes have helped them transition off of traditional tobacco to e-cigarettes, without the tar and the other secondary products that they were inhaling, and I appreciate those concerns. I think those Nova Scotians and others need to realize that, in fact, there's significant harm happening to the next generation who are consuming these products, who actually, through some of the research, suggests that they think, or at least early in the stages, that they're not harmful because they're not traditional tobacco. We've done such a good job on building the society about traditional tobacco, but once they get that nicotine dependency, then they become more likely to consume traditional tobacco products as well. So we actually have a greater harm coming through maintaining such ready access to these products, and that's why we have things like the measures announced by the finance minister through her department around licensing and taxation of e-cigarette products, and also the actions that we've taken as a Department of Health and Wellness around flavour, restricting flavours in the country. I believe we'll be the first jurisdiction in the country to have a flavour ban implemented in April, and also the additional actions that we've highlighted in Bill 233, and I won't go down those details because we will be debating that on the floor in regular House business at an appropriate time.
The honourable member from Halifax, Shabukdo.
Well, thank you, and I think this is a good and sound explanation the minister has offered. When we think about the priority the government has given to this issue, probably the center of that priority is, as the minister has said, vaping amongst young people. So can the minister point to anything particular in the budget that's directed to youth vaping?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as I'd articulated previously, the restriction of flavors is a significant piece. I know in some of the conversations, I think the member may have been, as I know many members of the legislature attended an event hosted by Cancer Society and Smoke Free Nova Scotia, the Lung Association, I think, was there, as well as a number of students that they brought in to speak to us as members of this legislature. These were students from a local high school. I believe at least one of them had shared their story about being a vapor, and others shared information about friends of theirs and how the role of information and the accessibility and so on of these products, and how they get hooked, and also the impacts. So again, that's that student who had personal experience, what their own health impacts. If I recall correctly, they were an athlete, and they noticed very well the impact it had on their athletic endeavors. And just this weekend, I was talking to a constituent at home who has a son the same age as my son, and a competitive hockey player. And he said, you know what, his son knows a child on the same hockey team, and they're in a competitive league, who started vaping. And he's seen how this child, who was one of the top performers, doesn't have the lung capacity and isn't able to keep up with the players. And he knows that in the fall, he's likely not going to make the next year's top-tier team. You know, this constituent who was explaining, you know what, if that, you know, seeing the effects of another child is what keeps my child from getting involved in that, because he wants to be on that top-tier team, he wants to keep himself healthy, then he said that's a good thing. But the work that we have, the taxation initiative is probably one of the biggest things, again, that's targeted towards youth, along with the flavors. With taxation, the assessment there is to tax on the nicotine basis the volume of the, you know, like cigarettes, to bring them roughly on, you know, to the extent you can make it comparable, to keep it out of the hands. We've seen in particular in traditional tobacco, as the rates of taxation went up, we would see the particularly youth smoking go down. You know, the amount of money that comes from the taxation is not for the public coffers. It's not an amount that's driving the move, but rather one of the reasons we think that e-cigarettes was such an entry point is because they were cheaper and more accessible than traditional tobacco products. So that, I think, is a significant thing. We know, I believe through research, that youth become more price sensitive than adults, and especially if they're not addicted yet. That they're less likely to get started because it's just out of the price range to access those products. So I think, again, those are a couple of big pieces. I think the licensing and those other aspects of our Bill 233, again, it's not explicitly at youth. It does affect all consumers, but I believe the motivation, certainly, of these actions is really heavily influenced and targeted at youth. So again, to the member's specific question, what exactly is targeted at youth? Well, the reality is it's not just youth we want to limit and reduce consumption, but it certainly is a significant motivator and is what has led to the prioritization of some of these initiatives. So it is for everybody. It's not that you label it as just youth, but youth has been a significant policy motivator for taking these steps.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabukdo.
Thank you. And, you know, further to this, one of the things whenever this is being discussed, that is one of the concerns often raised, of course, is the fact that so little is known about the long-term impacts of vaping. I wonder if the minister could speak to whether or not there is in the department at the moment either any current research or any research being envisioned into the long-term impacts of vaping.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is an area of research of a clinical or academic nature that we are not explicitly conducting, but it is an area of research, I believe, that is of particular interest broadly in the medical and health community. So there's certainly research ongoing. One of the challenges is that, again, a relatively new product that's reached a certain level, to get the longitudinal data that actually is able to, with a certain degree of confidence, project what the long-term harms will be, requires just that. It requires a long time of consumption to see what those outcomes would be. That's why as we've said, we've seen that explosive growth in the last 3 years or so, 3 to 4 years in e-cigarette consumption throughout the country and indeed much of the Western world, as it really hit its stride as a product on the marketplace. Despite being around for a few years before that, it really became, I'll say, mainstream in the last few years. Based upon that, you have a higher population consuming, you have a higher probability you're starting to see information that comes out of those effects. That's what triggered a lot of attention this summer with illnesses being attributed to vaping and e-cigarette consumption, particularly acute in the United States, to a lesser degree here in Canada, but it certainly raises our concern here as well as others. So again, that clinical research I think is taking place. What we do as a province, as a department, and within public health promotion, and with our clinical partners within the Health Authority and the IWK, they rely on these peer-reviewed research projects that are out there. We subscribe to the journals, and they're able to access that information, research done in other jurisdictions to apply and help inform both clinical treatments and progress. In addition, we do provide support and funding more localized. For example, with organizations like Smoke Free Nova Scotia, they conducted a survey last year to assess, again, trends and impacts with the youth. That's where I believe data over, I forget the exact number off the top of my head, who indicated they would quit if flavors went away. So certainly they're talking about the youth themselves giving indications that they would either not start or quit vaping if they didn't have access to flavors. Certainly a big motivator through that information, not specifically on the harms, but rather on how we can get some of the positive effects of getting people off. So I guess those are the two things. I'm not aware of anything specific out of our department, but our department isn't the entity that actually conducts most research. Certainly our academic institutions throughout the province, as well as our clinicians that provide care. There are many clinical researchers as well. So I can't speak specifically to what any one of them are doing. And as a province, we fund Research Nova Scotia, and as a Department of Health and Wellness, we put a fair amount of money into that organization as well, so that there will always be health-related research projects coming out of the province as well. So again, I'm not presently aware of what specific e-cigarette long-term impacts are taking place in the province right now, but there's certainly a funding agency that's out there that could look at submissions from clinicians and academics in the province. And as a department, we tend to go to those research articles that are already peer-reviewed and published, and leverage that to help inform, rather than doing the primary research ourselves.
The honourable member from Halifax-Shabukdo.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I wanted to ask also about specialized training for medical personnel for vaping-related problems. Thinking about for physicians and nurses and paramedics too.
Order, just one moment. There's a lot of chatter, folks. Just ask people to keep it down. Thank you. Sorry, the honourable member from Halifax-Shabukdo.
Yeah, thank you again. We know that there's specialized training that's required for treating these vaping-related pulmonary infections that have received so much attention. And I wonder if the department, in the context of this overall priority that's being given to vaping-related problems. If the department is allocating in the budget any funding to update training for medical personnel to deal with these distinct vaping-related health issues.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Throughout our agreements, there are certainly programs and supports for continuous education, initiatives, professional development that exist throughout the health system. I believe that's where opportunities to advance and get support for additional training, whether it's in this area of particular treatment or others. So there isn't a budget specifically allocated, as the member has phrased it, but there are programs, broadly speaking, that do provide opportunities for training and professional development within the health system that can be leveraged, and again, that would be with the employers and their agencies to have those conversations together to help inform and on an individual basis the training that they might prioritize based upon the conditions that they would see coming through.
The Honourable Member from Halifax-Shabukto.
Well, thank you for those answers to the series of questions about vaping, and that's a discussion that we can look forward to having more of in the coming days in the House. Now, I want to ask the Minister a question or two about the QE2 redevelopment. And I want to ask about the P3 dimension of it, but within just the particular healthcare related side of that, understanding that there are lots and lots of issues about that where our side of the House and the Minister's side of the House don't see eye to eye, but they really don't lie, particularly within the Health Department. But there is one, it seems to me, that does. In the literature that weighs the pros and cons of P3 infrastructure development, one point that's often made is that the situation with hospitals is not the same as it is with other infrastructure, particularly, for example, roads. In that, the world of healthcare infrastructure is changing so rapidly that we can be virtually assured that in the course of this agreement, this contract, there will be modalities of treatment introduced that none of us today would possibly be able to imagine. And one of the concerns about P3 developments for hospitals in particular is that those modalities of treatment, which will almost certainly come into being in the life of the contract, will in every probability require the refashioning, redesigning, rejigging in various ways of the physical infrastructure of the hospital. We know that changes are going to be needed in that asset over the course of that contract because of new processes that will become available in the treatment of healthcare which aren't available today. And the concern, which is outlined in the literature which weighs the pros and cons about P3s, particularly with healthcare, is that when we're talking about hospitals specifically, there is a real concern that in that situation, when over the life of that contract those changes have to be made, in a situation of private ownership of the facility, the cost to make the transition could become so prohibitively expensive under a private ownership scenario in comparison to a public ownership scenario that the changes that would need to be made would in fact not be able to be afforded by the government. So I want to ask the minister if he is familiar with this line of reasoning of concern about P3 development with hospitals, if he thinks it has any relevance for the present QE2 redevelopment, and if there's anything within the budget that speaks to protecting us in Nova Scotia against these negative possibilities in the future.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for raising the question. I appreciate his acknowledgement that, by and large, the policy financing side of and the technical infrastructure side of the build is best directed to other departments, that it really comes down to more the clinical service delivery side here. And I guess I would just touch briefly on the member's own statements in referring to where the challenges or the concerns lie, which was, and I think what I would narrow in on is his reference to ownership of the building. And I believe, as has been publicly announced, that these contracts are DBMF or DBFM. Design, build, finance, and maintain relationships. That means that the ownership would still rest with the province, as I understand it, with the aspects of our redevelopments that fall under the P3 financing model. That I think, Mr. Chair, addresses if the piece of ownership and the evolution of the buildings over the course of a long-term contract addresses that piece of concern that the member has raised. Certainly in areas where we as government own infrastructure and buildings, we do have to refresh and, to use the member's terminology, the modality of treatment, the approach, and the how infrastructure has to be configured to provide that care. That does take place, Mr. Chair. In fact, as part of our redevelopments in Cape Breton and in Halifax, as well as in communities elsewhere in the province, we are making historic investments to see that these updates and enhancements to our healthcare infrastructure are made to ensure that we do have the infrastructure that supports the care and treatment options that are needed in our communities and for the province going forward. So those costs are going to be incurred if we do have to make changes, just like they do in a traditional build. And again, ownership isn't a question of concern in the approach and the model that I understand being taken here.
The member for Halifax, Shabakdo.
Thank you. I understand the distinction the minister has made, and yet in the research around this that I'm aware of, these concerns stand the same for the DBMF model as for other models of P3 developments. The central point being that with a P3 development, the public sector does not have its hands on the steering wheel of potential modifications to that facility in the same way as it does with a traditional public procurement. So I want to understand the minister's thinking about this as clearly as I can. Is it the minister's view that the concern that I've raised about for the medical health care concern about a hospital P3 development, that this is an insignificant or frivolous concern?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. I don't think I would phrase things quite the same way that he's brought forward, but rather what I think is consistent is the fact that we can agree, I believe, on the fact that as time progresses, technology advances, treatment options advance. Often treatment requires equipment or infrastructure space to make that treatment available, as well as the training necessary, and that will will continue to be a pressure point requiring investment by the public sector to stay on top of. In fact, the situation that we find ourselves in today requiring the significant historic healthcare infrastructure investments is because many governments in years gone by have deferred those types of modernization investments in our healthcare infrastructure. That is why we find ourselves in a situation that we have to move forward and invest literally billions of dollars to modernize our infrastructure and in fact replace existing buildings that have reached end of life because they were not necessarily invested in, and those were government publicly owned infrastructure buildings to provide the supports. So to properly deliver healthcare services, to properly make investments in the infrastructure to support the care models needed within the province, that is important and it is expensive, as we can see by the investments that we are making in these redevelopments, but not just in our redevelopments in Cape Breton and here in Halifax, but in investments in other communities as part of our investments at the IWK and the other hospitals throughout the province as part of our capital programming. So again, I think regardless of the model of financing and building for the hospital infrastructure, I do believe that the concerns the member raised exist, and that is the concern that as time changes and progresses and there are needs to modify infrastructure to meet new treatment I guess modalities of care, as the member referred to it, within our healthcare system, it's going to cost money. And we're going to have to, future governments will have to at that time make investments to do that. What I guess we seem to be disagreeing on is I believe that is a circumstance, no matter how the infrastructure is built or financed today, but rather a reality of delivery and the continued evolution of our healthcare delivery services and technological advances, as well as clinical advances that require that type of infrastructure investment and modernization.
Member for Halifax, Shabukto, 8 minutes.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that brief exploration of this one dimension of the P3 question. Now, I have a few questions which really are just requests for information. So I don't expect that this would all be information that would be available today, but it's information which would be helpful for our caucus to receive from the department. The first of these requests is to know how much the department spent last year on employee overtime and how much the department is budgeting this year for this same area.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in this particular question within the Department of Health and Wellness, we would have negligible overtime costs, so it wouldn't show up as a blip on our budgeting within the work that we perform as a department.
The member for Halifax, Shabukto.
Thank you. And I'm wondering also if the minister could see to having us provided with information about how much in the last budget year the department spent on external consultants.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess that's a significantly more complex question than I think the member may have anticipated. And again, the reason is the way that our budgeting and financial reporting gets done. It gets done by cost centers or areas of the department, divisions of the department, which align to the services provided, and where there would be consulting services provided in multiple areas. So instead of a line item, there's not a line item that says consulting services. We have line items for our various departments. So it would require going through the budget documents. And I think these details, particularly on year end, it gets reported more so through public accounts, which comes out later in the summer, which is after the books are closed and the finance department has had the opportunity to roll all of that information forward.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Well, I wonder if it would be reasonable then, when the books are in fact closed, to ask the department to provide a list of each external consultant contract which had been engaged in over the year, and have that list attached to, with that be information about the amount paid out and the type of services provided.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there is, first of all, the public accounts reporting and structure and format is really governed by the finance department. We provide the information so that they can, and the nature and the format of that information, again, is to adhere with public sector accounting rules, Auditor General requirements, and so forth, that has informed the structure of those reports. I believe there are several appendices or supplementary documents that do provide in detail the funding that's invested in, and perhaps what I would do, Mr. Chair, is direct the member to take a look at those supplementary, I forget which volume explicitly that it's in. I think there's only 3 or 4 volumes within public accounts, but from the past year the information would be available online. If the member or his caucus were to take a look in those supplementary materials, I think he would find where the information is outlined. Not every contract would be there. Some of the very small contracts wouldn't be reported on, but I think contracts over a certain dollar amount do get public service contracts or contracts funding that we go to pretty much any organization or entity are outlined there in their totals. So again, if the member was to take a look, I think he'd probably, Mr. Chair, find the information that he's looking for. Maybe not exactly the way he wants, but it is broken out, if I recall correctly, from my time at Finance, his department, as well as the list, so you can kind of see the totals in there.
The member for Halifax-Chebucto with 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question too about compensation structures within the environment, within the department. Could the minister see to having the information supplied to us about what is the percentage increase in the most recent year for the compensation of senior management in the department?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think any Nova Scotian can do that analysis. The public accounts documents, again, I forget which volume of the supplementary material in public accounts, I believe has those details that if one was so inclined, because it does provide salary information in the supplementary materials by department. So again, the member and his caucus could perform that analysis based upon publicly available information.
Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I wanted to ask as well, would the minister be able to provide information about the compensation level, the salary level for the lowest paid person within the responsibility of the department?
The Minister of Health with 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe again in the public accounts documentation, supplementary material. Again, one could peruse that information. Past years' public accounts are already there, so the member could and his caucus could establish the baseline. And again, in 2020, when we get to that point that Finance releases the public accounts, they would get the most recent information there as well. As far as the information, again, it would have the list of employees and the information for salary compensation that's provided. I understand there's only about 15 seconds in this line, so I hope the member doesn't mind that I'll just wrap up the 15 seconds. I don't think there's time for another question before transferring to the PC caucus, Mr. Chair. So I think with that...
Time has expired for the New Democratic Party. I recognize the Conservative Party and the member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I should ask the Minister, does the Minister and his team want to have a short break? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll continue on. When I was last up an hour ago, I was asking about the harm reduction model, and I guess I still had a couple of questions about that. One was, as the Minister would know, a significant part of that harm reduction model would be counselling, and I'm just wondering if the Minister can let us know if the increase in the users of that model, has the department managed to keep up in the counselling of those? Is he satisfied that part of the model is being followed too?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, I'll just I'll get to that point, but just if the member has his pen available, again, just some details on the financial side of a question he asked in the last hour about the opioid response plan. I've gotten the additional details. So the opioid action plan efforts of funding is about $1.8 million this year. Budgeted for the opioid dependency treatment is budgeted about $2.67 million, and work around the opioid strategy work is just over $500,000. So that does work out to about a $5 million investment within this sphere of services. So I know the member asked that question earlier. Mr. Chair, as the member is inquiring about the, I guess, the clinical treatment processes and how counselling comes in, the delivery of the services are by our healthcare professionals and partners who provide the clinical oversight. What I can say is that the work and the recommendations that have come forward through the priorities and the investment in programs and services have been informed in part by the recommendations and advice from the clinicians who work in this area on the front line. And one of the programs and initiatives that have been undertaken that perhaps doesn't get as much attention or awareness is about building the capacity within our public health, or I should say primary health care system to engage. One of the challenges as we started this conversation earlier this evening was how individuals with dependency or addictions and mental health are often marginalized citizens. Unfortunately, of those marginalized, often people with opioid dependencies in the current system, as I understand it, for those with addiction dependencies, those with opioid addiction dependencies have a particular degree of marginalization, even within the broader health system, which is why it was so important for us to build the framework and make these investments to ensure that the care and the treatment options are available, and dealing with that wait list so that we can show to Nova Scotians that do have a dependency that their government, their society truly values them, because many people who have these dependencies don't feel like they're valued within society. So one of those areas is working to support primary care providers even to help with community-based care and support of those with dependencies. And one of those is I forget the formal name of the program, but it's been described as a hub and spoke concept. There are a number of providers who have been active, take a very keen interest and support to work and support people with the dependencies in their primary care, but obviously they can't keep up or couldn't keep up with the demand, and that's why we need other treatment options. But they recognize that one of the limitations that they've heard from primary care providers is a discomfort, either a discomfort with the patients or discomfort with the actual treatment, not having up-to-date information. So they've done like a peer networking support type of program so that someone who might have a patient in their practice in need of treatment for opioid dependency, they can actually connect and consult with a colleague who has more experience in that area, and they can help navigate and work them through. And one of the common things that I've heard, and I will say it's anecdotally, but I've heard it firsthand from clinicians on the front line when I've been at events in this area, either announcing funding or touring and meeting with people who work in the space, that in fact one of the challenges is getting the treatments the first time. But eventually when providers are able to see the transformation that appropriate treatments can have on their patient's life, that it's actually transformative, that the patient that you see in the midst of dependency and crisis, and many of those behaviors that are a result of that dependency, those, I'll call them antisocial behaviors, that those things that lead to the marginalization in our society because they are not the acceptable behaviors, but yet they are driven by the dependency on the drug and the opioid, that once they receive treatment, they are transformative, that the individual, while experiencing the dependency, is not who they are. And so as society and healthcare workers even see that transformation, they become more engaged and more likely to deliver the service. So this is part of that strategy. We don't have, to the member's specific question, a specific line item around counseling for this particular dependency, because the counseling itself is in line with the counseling services within mental health and addictions, which often relates to counseling for underlying, and as we spoke earlier this evening, often there's co-dependencies, co-issues, where sometimes the dependency leads to mental health issues, depression, and so forth, and sometimes it's the mental health condition that leads to the dependency. So by connecting the treatment of the individual, it puts the individual at the center, and they treat both their mental health and their addiction conditions through that counseling. And we do have, again, what I'd mentioned was the Atlantic Mentorship Network. I think that's what I was kind of referring to as that hub and spoke program to help support first-time prescribers and prescriber practices. And again, that's on top of I'll say the methadone treatment wait list, which we spoke about more in the last hour.
Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we heard in supply, the member for Cumberland North mentioned that for detox, there was no longer the same detox services that there had been, and particularly for alcohol addictions. There's a inpatient versus day detox. I guess I would like to hear the minister tell us what the plan is for detox. We know it has been continued to be curtailed around the province in terms of what the hospitals are offering. Is it enough? So obviously the harm reduction model for opiates, but for alcohol addictions in particular, are we doing enough to offer detox services for people who want that? And I guess what we're hearing is there's questions about that in the community, that they feel detox has been curtailed, and I just wonder if the minister could comment on that.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is indeed an area within the mental health and addictions that I heard about earlier in my mandate tenure as the Minister of Health and Wellness. It's one where I recall when I did my early tours around the province, visiting hospital sites, I did explicitly request to any of the sites we were at to actually include visits with the mental health and addictions teams if there were services present at the sites. And the reason was, again, the mental health and addiction amalgamation was underway at that point in time, and it was important for me to get out and have the opportunity to hear firsthand from people within the mental health and addictions divisions of the authorities to see how that transition was going, what they thought about that amalgamation. And I've spoken to the rationale, and people by and large were advising me that that was a positive thing. Again, anytime you do change, it's disruptive and challenging, but the principle behind it, they said, was sound. It was in those conversations as well with frontline clinicians that people were talking about and providing information to me about evidence-based practices and the clinical, the evolution of clinical service delivery in the area of, in particular, addictions, and the role of inpatient versus outpatient community-based treatment services. And they had indicated that the research and the clinical evolution is towards more community-based delivery. And as I recall, and this is more of a lay than a clinical explanation, but it's my recollection of how the clinical rationale was defined. What they were finding and what the research was illustrating in simplistic terms only was citizens who would go through a detox program, inpatient type of service, would get that service. They would, be detoxed. They would have the whatever particular drug or alcohol they had detoxed from their body, and then they would return to the community. And they would return to the community that had the same stressors, triggers, and challenges that led to their situation that resulted in the need for detox in the first place. And so the research quite heavily was showing that there was greater long-term success in the health outcomes by providing more of the community-based and real-time services and supports than the historical inpatient model. Now, that said, that does not necessarily mean that those treatments and the services that are provided necessarily, again, clinically required the bed to provide those services, but at the same time, recognizing that there are times when the health I'll say, I guess, symptoms or the health implications of an individual at a particular point in the withdrawal may require inpatient services, but that would be a clinical assessment and decision being made at the facility at that time if clinical inpatient management of that was and is necessary. But by and large, changes that have been made in the health authority with respect to inpatient versus community-based in the addiction side of things has been driven by the clinical evidence and research. What I did when it was first brought to my attention, there was some data and statistics based upon a facility that was operating in this way. They assured me they still maintained beds and availability for inpatient services for those that they deemed needed it, but they did indicate that there's a significant reduction in that need based upon the transition in their care model. And they provided some details as to what the recurrence and I guess the success rate of the traditional old model versus the new model was, and it was actually quite substantive. I don't recall the numbers right now, but I remember it being substantive. But still, being a layperson coming in at that time, I did ask for some research to back up their assessment, and they did provide me with about 2 or 3, I believe, if I recall correctly, peer-reviewed clinical assessments that supported the model that they were working under at that time. Interestingly, the data that they were providing on their regional, the results that they were experiencing in their community actually roughly aligned with, certainly in principle, the changes that were predicted in the clinical research that was published. So with that, again, and as I've often said here, relying often on the clinical recommendations and guidance for best practices in the delivery of care and treatment. So I will continue to defer to their expertise and judgment on the delivery of care. And that's where that model sits today.
Member for Kings North.
I know there are other questions that could be asked about that subject. I would ask the Minister if he could table the research that he was referring to there for our benefit. I do want to move on to another subject, and I'm pleased to see that the Minister and his department have come up with a preventing and reducing the risk of suicide for Nova Scotia framework. And I notice when I look at Appendix B of that framework, the Minister's own report here, that we have gone from in 2007 to being significantly below the national average to 2017 in virtually a straight line trend to being significantly above the national average. And I guess part of the answer for that would be that we see as economic reasons are certainly a factor. We know that poverty, we're the only province that saw an increase in child poverty in the last year. We've not maintained our place in the Canadian model of provincial income. We have the lowest median family income of any province. So those are all factors. But I wonder if the Minister could comment. I know the Minister has, without prompting, mentioned improvements in wait times. And I just want to quote the, it's called Waiting Your Turn Times for Healthcare in Canada 2019 report, a psychiatry waiting list survey from January 9th to April 26th of 2019. And in this report, the wait time to see for the province, I guess this includes children and adults, we were was waiting from GP to specialist, the third highest in Canada, 160% higher than the Canadian average. Wait time from specialist to treatment, the highest in Canada, 265% higher than the Canadian average. The wait times, the total wait time of those two combined, highest in Canada, 219% higher than the Canadian average, 53.6 weeks. Urgent wait time, urgent basis, Nova Scotia, 4.5 weeks, second highest in Canada, 204% higher than the Canadian average. And elective basis, third highest in the Canada, 160% higher than the Canadian average. So I guess my comment is these wait times, which are 2019 wait times, the first quarter of 2019, effectively, I wonder if the Minister would say that those wait times are a factor in the fact that we are significantly above the national average in the suicide data.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, could the member, if he's done with that particular document, if he could table it, or could get a copy of it just to take a peek at it while we're here, so I can just make sure we're talking, and I can refer to the information on the document. And just while waiting for that, maybe if the member wants to move to a separate question, we can pick that one up when I get a chance to just take a closer look at the information he was citing.
Minister of Health is being generous tonight. The member from Kings North.
Thank you, and I will go to a totally different subject. EIBI, Early Intensive Behavioral Intervention for Autism Spectrum Disorder, I noticed that there really hasn't been a lot of new material on the website about EIBI, and when I look at what material is on your website, really from 2017, the statement, and I'll quote, "Based on current numbers, many 4 or 5-year-olds will require EIBI within the next year, putting undue strain on the system in order to catch up with demand. Current resources cannot address the immediate or long-term needs of all these families." So the question is, how are we doing maintaining EIBI for autism spectrum disorder?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We continue to invest in the EIBI program, but also to expand other services. So last year, we launched a new program. I believe it's the Quick Start program. I'll double check, make sure that's the correct label for it, but that was a program that we recognized. One of the challenges we were having with our EIBI program is that EIBI model is to have children complete the program before they start the school program and curriculum. What that means is that there is I'll say a clock. There's a time period by which, by 6 years old, they should be completed the EIBI program to transition then into the education system where other supports are provided. What we recognized was that, again, earlier intervention and supports are important as well. But because of the built up over many years wait list, the focus is on getting the oldest children, those who are oldest and nearing the 6-year-old age, Mr. Chair, the treatment into the EIBI program, because someone who's 3 years old could wait longer than someone who's 5 years old to get the treatment, and we wanted to get the treatment to as many youth as possible who were in need. So this Quick Start program, we partnered again with Autism Nova Scotia to help inform and deliver the program. It's a program that's actually great because, number one, you don't have to have an autism diagnosis to access the program support. So we piloted to allow that, and it's targeted at a much younger age. So when it's suspected, maybe autism, or it may be another condition that has similar symptoms or behaviors as autism, which can also benefit from the similar types of interventions. So I'm very proud of that particular program and the work, and in the early stages, the original pilot phase, in the early before we announced it, both the parents and Autism Nova Scotia that worked with the child, really it was a transformative impact. We also recognize, in addition to our investments, our continued investments in delivering the EIBI care and program, and I don't have the number of individual I believe about 120 active service deliveries for EIBI. This would have been back as of September 30th of last year. That we were providing. But again, I think this earlier program will help people with that, and also our investments and supports for autism in a community-based setting would be the other program we launched last year, which is the BIOS, the brief intensive outreach service that we also rolled out last year. That's more to support, and again, not restricted to youth, but actually to help with potential for crisis intervention in a community-based setting. So those are two new programs to also support work with individuals living with autism.
Member for Kings North.
I know that the families with children who have autism is an extraordinarily difficult set of circumstances, and I think they would like to hear the minister reiterate his commitment to EIBI and these other programs. I think I heard the minister say that. So these are extraordinarily important programs. Another important program which we would like to see, and this is of course one of the continuing narratives about a lot of things in our province, is that services are available in the city but not in other parts of the province. And the mobile mental health crisis team is available here in the city but not in other jurisdictions in the province. And it does very, very good work. We hear good things about it. Is there a plan to put the mobile mental health crisis team to expand that service, to offer it in other jurisdictions in the province?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. I think, first of all, I will state definitively, as the member, I'll say, correctly summarized, yes, we remain committed to EIBI and other supports and programs, which is why my previous response, I didn't restrict it just to EIBI. I wanted to illustrate for my colleagues here, Mr. Chair, that in fact we recognize the importance of providing the care, and again, like many health interventions, earlier is better than later. So we've provided interventions like the Quick Start program, but we also recognize that at times, at other points in life, not just for youth, and that's why the BIOS intensive intervention program that I referenced is also important. So just to show that we do value those Nova Scotians living with autism, that they and their family, loved ones deserve supports, and that's why we've been investing in them. To the question of the provincial, I guess, regional aspect that the member's question was referring to, I'll start with the EIBI reference. And in fact, we also, and this was highlighted in, I believe, the Quick Start announcement when we made that last year, I think 9 or 11 community sites to support and provide autism-related supports in community throughout the province. So while there's a core competency and focal here in the urban area, we have these other community sites in partnership with Autism Nova Scotia and some other community-based partners. So that information is detailed, available, I believe, on the websites. As far as the crisis, mental health and addictions crisis response team, as I understand it, that team is, as the member mentioned, predominantly here in Halifax, but the crisis line does serve the entire province. They do have services that are available by the phone, and that they work then in the moment in assessing and connecting with response teams in the community. So not the specialized crisis response team that's in the urban setting, but again, the crisis line does exist to help with an immediate crisis assessment and to respond appropriately for the individuals wherever they live in the province, to connect them if necessary with emergency response and care for their mental health needs at that point in time.
Member for Kings North.
I believe the minister has the document in hand that I was quoting a few minutes ago when I asked about the fact that Nova Scotia is well above the national average now compared to 2007. I believe the national average is 11 point something, maybe 11.4 now, suicides per 100,000, and our average is 14.2, which is considerably higher. And I referenced possibly that's due to the fact that we're the only province to see an increase in child poverty in that time frame, or maybe the fact that we have the lowest median family income. And I quoted from Waiting Your Turn, Times for Healthcare in Canada 2019 report, Fraser Institute Psychiatry Waiting List Survey, which showed that by the province, psychiatry treatment, which I presume would include adults and children, we were third highest, first highest, second highest, third highest, second highest, like in terms of waiting times from GP to specialist to treatment, total waiting time, and on an urgent basis, same thing, from GP to specialist and specialist to treatment. So I'm just wondering if I know the minister has said our waiting times are better, and in fact that may well be true, but they're still very high compared to the Canadian average. So I wonder if the minister could comment on that.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, I thank the member for the question on this important topic. There's a lot in there to unpack and touch on. I guess in the first point, I think we agree. We have more work to do to continue to improve the mental health and addiction services in the province of Nova Scotia. And that's an important acknowledgement and recognition. But at the same time, I think it is equally important to recognize the hard work of the healthcare providers that we've been investing in to help support them in delivering that care and the work that is being done there. The member referenced, the social determinants of health, perhaps not explicitly with that language, but when referencing or referring to child poverty rates, income rates, and so forth, that is essentially the area that he was touching into as a measurement of or predictor around health outcomes. Again, I would agree with the member, the importance of investing in those, let's say, upstream, perhaps traditionally not viewed as health. That is, these are not areas that the Nova Scotia Health Authority or IWK would be responding to. They respond to the health clinical needs of patients, not the broader societal aspects that can play a significant role in the actual health outcomes of the individual citizen. That's why in this budget as a government we recognize those very components. It builds upon work that has been underway within the government to once we've established a sustainable financial position, to be able to, again, focus on social program investment delivery. That would be like our pre-primary program. The Minister of Early Childhood Education and Early Childhood Development has previously cited on the floor of this legislature some of the research illustrated positive outcomes, not just for the child who is provided that opportunity to get an equal footing in an early play-based program, which is what our pre-primary program is designed on, but also how that those benefits flow to the broader family unit as well, providing opportunities in some cases to reduce childcare costs. So you're reducing the expenses. You provide the opportunity in some cases for parents to return to the workforce earlier. So you're both reducing the expenses and providing more opportunity for employment, which I think in the current economic circumstances, with our record unemployment, it would be unheard of even 6 years ago to think that Nova Scotia would be entering a period of economic sustainability that availability of workforce was going to be one of the greater challenges and limitations that we faced as a province, and yet that is where we find ourselves. So this type of program, investment into pre-primary program, helps address some of those very aspects that the member had referenced. The investments being made by within the housing space through Housing, Municipal Affairs and Housing Nova Scotia to help support both those who need housing, in particular with some strategy and work for those that are homeless, to help provide that foundational piece. We know in the mental health and addictions sphere that stable housing can have a profound positive impact on the mental health of citizens. So it is a very important social, but not one that the health system provides. So it does get delivered through another part or another arm of government. So again, to the members, and again, I can go on with the investments being made by the Department of Community Services, the increase in the child tax benefit, the standardized household rate, and these initiatives to increase income for those lower income Nova Scotians. These are investments and opportunities that we believe address, again, those underlying social determinants that the member. Is there more work to be done? Certainly, as with the health system, our social systems will continue to strive for improvement and continuous improvement to continue to improve the lives of every Nova Scotian, especially those who are most in need. As it reflects, the member also made reference to the challenge with suicide attempts within the province. We recognize that. We've had recommendations, the blueprint that the member referenced previously also acknowledged that we have been making significant progress with suicide prevention framework. I look forward to releasing more details, but that work that's been underway has been focused on work from many different clinicians and researchers to help inform the path forward. Like many initiatives, again, when you bring a broad group together to consult and provide input, there are a variety of ideas as to what the best path forward is. We as a department have done our best to properly reflect and incorporate the best advice that we've received collectively to meet and reflect that input from the variety of stakeholders, from clinicians, community-based organizations, academics, and others. And underlining most of what we were doing with that, it was really a starting point with WHO suicide structure framework to help inform the work that we do. So while we recognize the challenge and the issues, we'll continue to work to collaborate. We'll leverage the learnings and the framework that will guide the actions that we will be taking going forward to help do our best to ensure that those citizens who in Nova Scotia feel there's no no other path forward. Again, much like when we talked about addictions, to recognize that that we value them, that they are important, that we want to be there for them, and respond in a way that shows there are other avenues, and we want to be there to support those other paths forward, to reestablish both their mental, physical, and other foundations in their lives. And again, I think my response notes that that's not just a responsibility of our health authorities and the Department of Health and Wellness, Mr. Chair, but indeed throughout government, particularly our social departments. It is an area of concern, and we work collectively, as earlier questions were denoted by the member opposite, about the investments around mental health services and supports being invested in multiple departments. That's because multiple departments recognize the importance and the priority as a government we place on those who are in need. So again, I hope that answers the member's question, that we do recognize we need to do better. We are investing to do better. We are planning and strategizing, particularly as it relates to suicides, to set the path forward and hopefully turn those numbers around.
Member for Kings North.
I'm sure that we could go on discussing this data, but I would like at this time to turn it over to my colleague from Argyll-Barrington.
The member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank my colleague from Kings North for his thoughtful and very important questions to the Minister regarding mental health and addictions in our province. Take a little different spin this evening and talking about preventative care. And the healthcare crisis in Nova Scotia, I've heard it described as an overflowing kitchen sink, with chronic conditions, illnesses, and injuries spewing out of a tap without any stop in sight. And that water of chronic illnesses and conditions is unable to drain due to various obstacles and challenges that are clogging that drain. Whether it be access to family physicians, access to an open emergency room, access to an ambulance in due time, access to mental health services and addiction services, access to surgeries, access to services to manage chronic conditions, and access services that are at capacity, and access services that are not offered in certain parts of the province. So addressing these concerns of our healthcare crisis, we need to look at modernizing and taking a preventative approach to deliver a proactive and effective management of these conditions. When we look at the statistics of that avoidable deaths from preventable causes, Nova Scotia compared to Canada, that Canada was 130 cases per 100,000, and Nova Scotia 151 cases per 100,000. Makes you wonder what we could do different in Nova Scotia. I'd like to start off by discussing with the Minister something I've brought to the floor of the Legislature before about dialysis services, and particularly about dialysis services in my part of the province in Argyll-Barrington. As the Minister is well aware, constituents of mine have been advocating since 2014 for improved services, and thus asking for expansion of the satellite dialysis services. One of my constituents, Artie Smith, which I spoke on the floor of the Legislature before, travels 60 kilometers one way, well, 3 to 4 times a week, so he travels 1,400 kilometers a week. And his wife made a Facebook post that she asked me to read and said, and I'll quote, "Why then do I read about the announcements for expansions and or opening new dialysis clinics in Digby, Kentville, Cape Breton, Dartmouth General, and Halifax, when 5 years later the patients in the municipality of Barrington are still being ignored?"
Order. The member from Argyll-Barrington must table the document with a name attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll proudly do that as she's requested, and there's 2 authors to this one. She goes on in December explaining that at 4:30 in the morning she's cleaning her husband's vehicle so he can make that long voyage to the hospital. So, like I said, the minister spoke about expansions in other parts of the province, but those expansions don't help my constituents in Argyle-Barrington. So, I'm just wondering if the minister could speak about, does the Department of Health and Wellness examine the overall cost savings to not only my constituents, but to the overall healthcare system for the expansion of this service?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for this important question. And I apologize out of the gate that, again, I don't have the answer explicitly that the member and his constituents would hope to receive from me on the floor of the chamber this evening. I guess in looking at the dialysis expansions, as I explained to the member, I don't remember if it was at estimates last year or on the floor during question period where this has come up previously. But when we look at the actually, I guess it wasn't in estimates last year. This is the member's first estimates, right? So I guess it would have been in question period. I believe the member has raised this question previously. But first off, yes, work was done that looks at the important value of dialysis and the dialysis treatment close to home. So I think we're on the same page there. Where we then move to is work was done before I was appointed to this department that identified a number of expansions. That work was done, those commitments made. What I think the member's constituent referring to about announcements is keeping the public up to date as to the progress on these various projects that are underway. It does take a fair bit of time to get the appropriate design, get the RFPs out for the design, get the design completed, and get the work actually underway. So these are multi-year projects, which is why the member's constituents may have heard, because at each milestone, as the public expects, the province provides those updates that the project is progressing, and sometimes it's here on the floor of the legislature. Earlier today, the member's colleague was inquiring about the Valley, Kentville dialysis and when it would be coming on stream. He's asked that question, Mr. Chair, on the floor of this legislature multiple times as the project was getting underway. So it does take some time. And that's why we needed to focus, Mr. Chair, as a department and a health system to get these projects done. These projects, although I've been in this role for almost 3 years now, and the announcements came just prior to me coming into this role. So it did take about 3 years to get many of these projects completed from start to finish, but that we do expect them to come on stream this year. As I've said the last couple of years, including to the member from Argyle-Barrington's predecessor about specifically the Argyle-Barrington situation, we needed to focus on getting these projects that had already been announced based upon recommendations of a review of services at that time, get these established, get them operational, see how that changes the patient flow into these new locations throughout the province, and leverage that information to inform the next phase and rollout of dialysis expansions throughout the province. So I guess what I can assure the member, again, as I said off the top, unfortunately not the response that I know he and his constituents would be hoping for, but a consistent response. I know the member from Pictou West had raised questions earlier for her community as well, Mr. Chair, but it is consistent that we recognize the importance. I've spoken previously about dialysis for those members who aren't familiar. The member from Argyle-Barrington made reference in reference to his constituent 4 times a week. What he didn't reference was how many hours each day. You're looking at 4, maybe up to 6 hours of treatment in each of those 4 days. Now imagine the impact that that has on your life, and that's just the treatment is 4 to 6 hours. Add to that travel time on top of it. So I want to make sure that the members of this legislature truly understand the importance and the significance of these challenges that are being brought to the floor of the legislature, and I want to make sure that they understand and appreciate that I do understand and appreciate. I unfortunately am not able to build these expansions simultaneously in every community of the province, but we are making good progress. We're expecting several to come on stream this year, which I think means that we can then start moving to that next phase of looking at future expansions. And I lastly want to highlight again and encourage any constituents that have patients on dialysis to also raise the question with their nephrologists, their healthcare providers, as to whether or not home hemodialysis might be right for them, because that is an opportunity which on a national level, Nova Scotia ranks quite low, which suggests that we have the opportunity to expand the home hemodialysis, which means that the equipment can be installed in your home, you can receive the care, and in some cases even have the treatment overnight while you're sleeping. Imagine how transformative, Mr. Chair, that can be to your lifestyle if not only do you not have to travel 60 kilometers each way, you don't have to travel at all, and you don't have to give up 4 to 6 hours of your day for treatment. You can have that treatment while you're sleeping overnight. You actually get your life back in that scenario. It's not applicable or possible for all patients who need this service, but again, want to make sure that Nova Scotians and as MLAs, if we know people who are receiving or in the need, we might want to encourage them to have that conversation with their healthcare provider to see if it's right for them, and we can see about getting them set up and address some of those underlying issues as well.
Member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for his response, and I appreciate that he has a good understanding of the issues that are facing my constituents. However, to address the home dialysis services, that's not an option for many due to very complex medical history with various comorbidities. It's understandable that the travel aspects, it's a huge financial burden on on my constituents. So I guess two-part question for the Minister. Part A, is the Minister and his department looking at other supports that could be provided to my constituents that are obligated to travel 1,400 kilometers a month to access these life-saving services? And B, when can constituents, my constituents and Nova Scotians from one end of the province to the other, expect another review of dialysis services in our province for expansion? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, our investments in expanding services, which total it's in the tens of millions of dollars to expand an additional, I believe the total number of seats at all of the sites that have been referenced is about 42 additional dialysis stations or chairs. That investment, I think we talked about this previously, on average, they're roughly $7 million per site for expansions. 1, 2, 3, and there's five sites of expansion. So I'm basing that off of the math, not the exact numbers that are being looked up right now. But that's just for the capital investment. And then the operational investment that we're making to expand these services. And again, when that analysis was done, they looked at the prevalence of kidney, of the disease and the conditions to need the dialysis treatment, as well as the proximity to treatment. The goal, obviously, to reduce the travel time. I believe under an hour was the goal at that particular point in time, and that's where many of these investments have been focused at and targeted towards. So we are making significant investments to the specific programs and supports that the member has referenced. We don't have anything in the works at present time because, again, the focus has been on these expansions to reduce the travel time, so we can get these done done, get those additional treatments, reduce the travel time for those Nova Scotians, and get that further assessment. To the question of when is that further assessment, hopefully we'll get that work underway once we get these new and expanded sites on stream and delivering the dialysis to Nova Scotians.
Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and maybe the minister and his department could initiate the review, and then my party could implement it when we're in government next time. I want to speak a little bit to the effects of diabetes in our province. Currently there's 113,000 Nova Scotians with type 1, type 2 that are diagnosed, and that's going to increase to 137,000 in 2029. And overall, I'm not going to get into all the statistics, but we're going to see an increase in diagnosed diabetes of 21% in the next 10 years. And currently, the direct cost to healthcare, to our healthcare system for diabetes is $107 million. And that's going to increase to $126 million by 2029. There are huge out-of-pocket expenses for the management of diabetes. It's anywhere from $1,100 to $6,200 for various insulin pump or insulin injections. I could go on about the effects of diabetes to an individual's life, the increased chance of mortality because of various comorbidities. But I'd like to speak specifically about Nova Scotia insulin pump program and where that, I guess, falls under the expenditures of pharmaceutical services and extended benefits, if I'm looking at that correctly, so page 13.9. And I guess why is the age 26 or less? There's probably thousands of Nova Scotians that could benefit of expanding that program, improving their quality of life. It's not for everybody an insulin pump, but there's thousands of Nova Scotians that could have an improved quality of life based on the availability and the expansion of this program. So I guess let's start talking about nickels and dimes. Where would that fall under the budgetary line on page 13.9, if I'm correct?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for the question. I'll start with where the member started, which was back on the dialysis question and his suggestion that he would prefer to have us start it so he could implement it when he's government. I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chair, I don't think his constituents would want to wait that long. That is because it'll be another couple of elections if you missed it. Quiet tonight. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and yeah, I would advise. I'm just not that funny. I've once been described as a robot, but less interesting. But to the insured benefits for the insulin pump program, it does fall under the insulin pump program falls under the insured and extended benefits program, and although that covers many other items, it is about just under $24 million estimated in the budget. That's an increase of over $1 million, almost about $1.5 million from last year's budget. And for the insulin pump program, I think we're estimating just under $1 million, about $800,000, a little over $800,000 for that program.
The member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess, again, to the point of the set age of less than 26 years old, you know, people that require insulin because of their diabetes, they don't choose to become diabetics. And neither do they choose to cease becoming diabetic or to be a diabetic after 26 years old. So looking at the potential positive impacts on the management of their condition, on their quality of life, on the long-term effects in the delivery of healthcare and managing any potential chronic condition that may follow up, whether it be cardiovascular, renal, or eye problems, for example. You know, if we can treat somebody's diabetes better and avoid having them end up on dialysis, I think that'd be a positive step. So I guess can the minister speak of I guess the advantages and if they've looked at possibly expanding the Nova Scotia insulin pump program for more Nova Scotians to benefit of, please.
The funny Minister of Health.
Mr. Chair, thank the member for the question. In fact, as a government, I believe we did already take steps to increase the age of the insulin pump program. I believe it was originally a program established up to 18 years of age. And then we did take steps recognizing, just sort of as the member had referenced, expanding that age. So we did take steps already to do that. As with all aspects of our budget, we do have to value our many different priorities to invest in, and at this point, there's not an expansion this year.
Time has expired for the Conservative Party. We now go to the New Democratic Party for 13 minutes. The member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. In this closing section of the discussions for this evening, I'd like to direct a couple of questions first to the minister about the growing health-related problem in the province of obesity. In every category, kids and adolescents and adults, we have seen in recent years quite significant increases in the percentages of our population in the province who are obese, and the health-related consequences of this are well known and beyond anybody's dispute. Now, I recognize that this is not something unique to Nova Scotia, and yet it's something very important to Nova Scotia. So I want to ask the minister first, where in the budget we might look to see initiatives to improve the incidence of obesity in the province.
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. Indeed, the concerns and the impacts of obesity on our health system and society at large is well documented. We've seen investments in programs, for example, with our orthopedic surgery program. One of the important fundamental aspects of the initiative, as designed by clinicians and invested in by government that accepted the recommendations, included prehabilitation services, which ensured that people would get supports to get themselves into a condition, a physical state, to maximize the success of the surgical procedure. And what's interesting, again, anecdotally, I haven't received necessarily a specific report on this, but in conversations, both with constituents that I know that have gone through the program after these changes, and with clinicians who have made comments, that the prehabilitation, which resulted in many cases with weight loss, diet and exercise prescriptions, that in some instances they've actually resolved much of the pain and the challenges that was resulting in the referral for orthopedic services in the first place. So again, that's just one example of how the system in our population is having impacts, but also how we're investing, but not as a line item specifically on the obesity, but rather recognizing that these investments on the even on the front end of the delivery of a particular service delivery can have positive impacts. We have clinicians and supports like the Heartland Tour, which is targeted at heart health, but ultimately that heart health is predicated in overall health of the physical health, and they do it through a bike tour across the province. But as they tour, they talk about, again, that importance and that important role within those with heart disease, cardiovascular disease, two very similar types of services and support. So I've certainly heard from a number of health areas, and I see that common thread. So on that clinical, even on the treatment and the pre-treatment side of things. So I've looking at and seeing how we establish and define our policy and some investments in that space that make sure that our investments in that kind of prehabilitation clinic type of supports are maximized to maximize then the health outcomes of the population. On the other end of the spectrum, where these challenges, as the member rightly noted, we're having those challenges with our youth as well. And of course, if our youth have unhealthy habits that will carry forward with them for a lifetime, and it's harder to break those habits. We talked about this with respect to vaping, so better to target. That's where, again, work, I think, within our education system around ensuring healthy opportunities, including investments that we make in our healthy eating programs, to work, again, just having my own children go through the education system in the schools, bringing healthy snacks to the fore. I remember in early elementary classes, and they'd bring fruit and vegetables, the teachers, as part of a program, and it all disappeared, despite often people suggesting that children would prefer junk food. If in fact they're presented with healthy food options, they will actually happily consume that healthy food. That then brings up what I'm going to anticipate the member's going to possibly ask, because he's asked it, he and his colleagues have asked it on the floor of this legislature before, is the cost of healthy eating and supports that are necessary there. Well, that's why we roll out programs and support an expansion of the healthy eating program within our schools to provide those opportunities for our youth. That's why, again, the standardized household rate provided increased investments to Nova Scotians and lower income. It's why why the child tax benefit increases this year, provide more money in the pockets of Nova Scotians with children so that they can help offset costs to ensure that they provide healthy food and nutritious options to youth. It's why the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries and Aquaculture works with his stakeholders throughout the agriculture and fisheries industry to bring more Nova Scotia local products to bear in our environment for that sustainable food security side of things, with an eye towards healthy products being produced here in Nova Scotia, whether they be our wild blueberries or other products being harvested here in province. So I guess as it relates to where the investment is, again, much like many of the other very important areas that the member has highlighted, it's not necessarily a specific line item, but rather an area that gets reflected in a variety of departments and a variety of areas within the health system.
The member for Halifax-Shibachta.
Thank you. In addition to what the minister has said about healthy eating programs and school programs, are there other things provided for in the budget that address obesity, particularly in children?
The Minister of Health.
Freudian slip there, Mr. Chair. Again, this is a very important topic, and I do sincerely thank the member, because often it's a topic that gets overlooked by society. You know, the challenges with obesity are sometimes societal and the circumstances that one happens to be born into. We talked about social determinants of health, difficult to advance a healthy lifestyle, healthy eating, if they don't have access. Again, as I've mentioned, that's why investments in from Community Services Department in particular for those lowest income Nova Scotians to access. It's why investments in the Education Department, as I've mentioned, the Healthy Eating program. It's why supports within Community Culture and Heritage to invest in and under that Sport Nova Scotia programming that they provide for recreational sport opportunities for Nova Scotians, including there's an innovative program, I'll put a little plug in for my own hometown, called Multisport, which was designed in Anakanish with Sports Nova Scotia and St. FX taking a leadership, and then supported by I believe our municipal governments as well as the province to make it available and accessible to citizens and provide youth with access to a wide range of sports to participate in, so that then they can have those opportunities that they might not otherwise. And there are sports that youth, again, they're not necessarily the most mainstream sports that they get exposure to. But again, it's mostly about just getting out, getting active and being engaged to help build that lifestyle. That again will carry forward if you have that active lifestyle as part of the these investments in the sports programming. Again, as I said, within the Department of Health, certainly through promotion and throughout our healthcare system, our healthcare frontline clinical staff certainly are well aware of the importance. We have nutritionists and dietitians throughout the system to provide advice and support. I believe earlier in estimates, the member from Pictou West, I believe, believe, in discussions about the 811 system that I duly noted was making broad assessments, but the one that really caught my ear was the notion of possibly dietitians through that kind of telehealth system to help support. It's not something in this budget, but it's one of the great things I think about estimates debate and debate on some committee of supply is actually that we can get these ideas to come forward. A little late for this year's budget, but certainly something we can be thinking about and looking forward to, because the challenge and the issue of obesity is very real. It is very real here in Nova Scotia and indeed across the Western world. And what we can do is, again, lead by example, certainly for those of us that are parents, to lead by example with our children, and perhaps sometimes that means not just exercising our thumbs on our cell phones or video games, but actually getting out. If they want to play EA Sports, how about you go and toss that softball?
Order. Time is expired for the Minister of Health. The time allotted for consideration of supply has ended. I now recognize for today, I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and that you report progress and beg leave to sit again.
The committee will now rise.
Order, please. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on Supply will now report.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made some progress and begs leave to sit again.
Excellent. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the government business for today. I move that the House now rise to meet again tomorrow, Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11 p.m. Following the daily routine in QP, business will include the continuation of the Committee of the Whole House of Supply, followed by Committee of the Whole House on bills, and with time permitting, second reading on bills 233, 234, 236, 238, and 240.
Motion is for the House to adjourn to rise again tomorrow, Tuesday, March the 3rd, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m.